Okay, so what are we told as far as this question here is concerned? What are we told here? So the question is, Tagga Limited is a private company, private limited liability company operating in telecommunications.
Have that. August 2024, question 2B. That is the question we are starting with. Are you there? Now, are we looking at part B of that question? Now, before we look at part B, look at part A. Part A says, describe 3 types of money market instruments and their related transactions available in the financial system. That is from topic 2 that we covered. And we talked about the money market. Money market, remember we said is market for short-term funds. Market for short-term funds. So there you find treasury bills, you find commercial papers, promissory notes, and the rest. They are there in the handout that I shared. So let's go to part B. I want, if possible, we do away with this topic today. So I want us to move a bit faster, yeah? So part B, Samuel Mwongeka intends to invest shillings 200,000 at the beginning of each year in treasury bonds, which earns a return of 9% per annum. So Samuel Mwongeka intends to invest shillings 200,000 at the beginning. At the beginning is very important. At the beginning of each year in treasury bonds, which earns a return of 9% per annum. Required, determine the accumulated value of investment after 10 years. So remember, this person, we're being told that this person will be investing 200,000 at the beginning of each year for a period of 10 years at an interest rate of 9%. So the 200,000 is an annuity. 200,000 shillings is an annuity in this case. So you say annuity. So this is part 1. So annuity is 200,000 because this is happening each year. Each year, so it becomes an annuity. Then the interest rate is 9%. 9% per annum. 9% per annum. The required, that is investment after 10 years. The number of periods is 10 years. So he's going to invest for a period of 10 years. This is an annuity due because it is occurring at the beginning. So present value of annuity due, we said is equals to the annuity times. So here we can choose to use we can use the tables or we can use the formula, whichever you want. So 1, let's use the formula for this one. 1 minus 1 plus R. Now we want the future value. We're looking at the future value. So yeah, we are computing the future value, not the present value. So 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R times 1 plus R times 1 plus R. That is the formula that we said for future values. So yeah, so we are going to change here. It's not present value, it's the future value of an annuity, because we are looking at the value of the investment at the end of 10 years or after a period of 10 years. So, and I want to believe we are together. Are we together? So let's proceed. So here we say, the annuity is 200,000 times 1 plus 0.09 power what? Power 10 minus 1 over 0.09 times 1 plus 0.09. So from that, we can get the amount. Get me that figure kindly. You're taking too long, kindly. Yes, you're getting 33, 120, 33, 120, 58.68. So it's what? Sorry. So this is here. It's 3 million. Okay, fine. So that must be the correct answer. That must be the correct answer. So the keynote here, it's the beginning. Remember the question says at the beginning of each period. And that is why we are having this factor here, 1 plus R. So take note of that. Then next part B, not part B, but part 2. Determine the present value of shillings 1.2 million annuity payable for 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per annum. So here, they're saying, determine the present value of shillings 1.2 million annuity payable for 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per annum. So again, this is still an annuity. And this annuity, they're saying, it is 1.2 million that is payable annually for a period of 20 years. So here we will say the annuity is 1.2 million. 1.2 million payable for 20 years. The period is 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per annum. Interest rate is 8% per annum. And we're looking at the present, determine the present value of shillings 1.2 million annuity payable for 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per. So they have not said whether the amount is at the beginning or as at the end of the period. So when the question does not specify when the payment is being done, it is assumed to be an ordinary annuity. So this is an ordinary annuity where the payment is occurring at the end of each period. So present value of annuity, which is an ordinary, we said is equals to the annuity times 1 minus 1 plus R power negative N over R over R over R. So this is 1.2 million times into brackets 1 minus 1 plus 0.08 power negative 20 over 0.08. So get that. Get the present value. Get me the present value kindly. I'm waiting for the answer. Hilda? Eleven 781 720. Eleven 781 776. Point 89. Let's say 89. So that is okay. That is how we get the present value of an annuity. So you can see, these are the same things that we were looking at during our classwork. What you need to do is to get the concept. You need to understand what you are computing, what information has been provided. Have I been provided with an annuity? Have I been provided with a lump sum? And things like that. Let's have another question, a quick one. December 2023. December 2023. December 2023. Question 3C. December 2023, question 3C. for December 2023, question 3C. Are you there? Yeah, question 3C say, no. This is on loan amortization, yeah? This is on loan amortization. December 2023, question 3C and D. Let's do part D. Let's do D, not C, D. We are coming back to part C on loan amortization. So let's have it somewhere. Question 3C. It's on loan amortization. So let's look at part D. Says, 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐿 has the following investment options to choose from. 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐿 has the following investment options to choose from. Post office MIS scheme, monthly interest 8% per annum. ICD bank deposit, quarterly interest 8.25% per annum. HDFC Limited have yearly interest 8.5% per annum. Required, using effective interest rate method, advise 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐿 on the preferred investment option using the effective interest rate. So remember, we said effective interest rate. Effective interest rate, it is adjusting the nominal interest rate with the number of times compounding occurs in a year so as to get an interest rate that is consistent with the number of compounding times. So effective interest rate, we said effective interest rate, we said is equals to 1 plus, this was R over M power M minus 1. That is what we said. That is how we compute the effective interest rate. That is how we compute the effective interest rate, unless I'm getting the formula wrong, but that must be correct. 1 plus R over M power M minus 1 minus 1. So we compute the effective interest rate for each option, and we start with the post office MIS. Post office MIS, where the nominal rate is what we call in RR, 8% per annum. M is 1. Here M is 1. Because if it's the interest rate is per annum, or it's monthly interest rate, monthly, they're saying post office MIS scheme monthly interest. So M is 12. M is 12. M represents the number of times interest is compounded in a year. The number of times interest is compounded in a year is what you're calling M. And in this case, they are compounding monthly. So M is 12. So then the effective interest rate is equals to 1 plus 0.08 over 12 power M 12 minus 1. So get the interest rate here. Get the effective interest rate. Then we will go to ICD bank deposit. Let's first write, then we will compute. Let's first have this, then we will compute. ICD bank deposit, they're saying quarterly interest. So our nominal rate is 8.25% per annum. M, the number of times compounding occurs in a year, it is quarterly, so 4. then effective interest rate is equals to 1 plus 0.8 0.0825. You divide by 4, then power 4 minus 1 is equals to. And the last one is HDFC Limited. HDFC Limited. Here the nominal rate is 8.5% per annum and half yearly. So here compounding occurs semi-annually, so it must be 2 times in a year. Effective interest rate is equals to 1 plus 0.085 over 2 power 2 minus 1. So now let's compute now. Let's compute. Get me the answer for the first one. Kindly save time, save on time. I've said I want us to do away with this topic today. And we have a lot to cover. %8.29%. Okay, whatever answer you are getting, multiply by 100 to get it in percentage. So now the answers are too many here. So for this is 8 point. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. 8.29, 8.3 is okay. Otito, yours is for which one? Because yours is a bit different. ICD. Okay. 8.51. Let's have the answers in 2 decimal places. 8.51. 8.51. Then the other side. HDFC. 8.68. 8.68. 8.68. So I believe that is okay with everyone. A vote that is for 8.5, or that is for this one. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, board. That is it for that question. Unless someone has been left behind, we go to another question. Any question before we proceed? Oh yeah, we are supposed to advise. We are supposed to advise because the question says, using effective interest rate method, advise 𝐎𝐍𝐿 on the preferred investment option. The preferred investment option is the one that provides the highest effective interest rate. So which should be this one, HDFC Limited. So say the preferred investment option, advice, the preferred investment option, is HDFC Limited, since it has the highest, effective interest rate. since it has the highest effective interest rate. It has the highest effective interest rate. Full stop. Then August 2023 question 5B. August 2023 question 5B. And I said, make sure you get the concept. Don't just compute, don't just write. Ensure you understand the question. And one thing, these financial management questions, if you want to get the concept and if you want to survive in financial management, number one, make sure you understand the question. Read the question and understand. Make sure that you can explain the story in that question, so that when you are doing the question, you're just converting whatever you've understood into writing. So like in this question, we're saying August 2023. Question 5B. August 2023 question 5B. That question reads, it's 5B. Joel Ouma needs shillings 5 million in 5 years' time to purchase a house. So this man wants to have 5 million shillings 5 years to come to purchase a house. Then he is determined to deposit a given amount of money each quarter in a sinking fund that earns interest at the rate of 12% compounded quarterly for 5 years. For 5 years. Required, compute the amount of money that Joel Ouma should deposit in each quarter in a sinking fund so as to enable him realize shillings 9 million in 5 years' time. And you can see that question is 5 marks. Very short, but 5 marks. Now, so let's start. Okay, this is now where understanding the question is coming in. You must understand what the question says, what it requires, so that you can know what to do. Now, in this case, you've been given the future value is 9 million. Say future value here. This is the money this person wants after 5 years. So then N is 5 years. Because they're saying Joel Ouma needs shillings 9 million in 5 years' time to purchase a house. He is determined to deposit a given amount of money each quarter. So he is depositing each quarter. So the number of times he is depositing money in a year is 4. Because a year has 4 quarters. So he is depositing 4 times in a year in a sinking fund that earns interest at the rate of 12%. The interest rate is 12%, but compounded quarterly. At an interest rate that's, so they're saying he is determined to deposit a given amount of money for each quarter in a sinking fund that earns interest at a rate of 12% compounded quarterly for 5 years. For 5 years. So now the question is, compute the amount of money that Joel Ouma should deposit in each quarter in a sinking fund so as to enable him realize 9 million in 5 years' time. In 5 years' time. The amount of money that he should be depositing in each quarter in order to make it at 9 million after a period of 5 years. So here we have 2 methods. We can start by computing the effective interest rate. So, but before that, this is the future value. And we are looking for an annuity. We've just said that future value of annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r. That is what we've said. So the annuity, this is what we are looking for, because the annuity is the amount of money that he will be depositing each quarter. Then the future value of the annuity is the 9 million. So here you can say 9 million. This is the 9 million will come here. This is what we are looking for. How much should he be depositing to make it 9 million after that period of time? We will start with the effective interest rate method. Effective interest rate method. Whereby we are supposed to adjust the interest rates to reflect quarterly. This interest rate here, this 12%, we said we are calling it the nominal interest rate. We said the nominal interest rate is given on annual basis. It is per annum. It is for 1 year, one financial year, or not just annual. It's an annual rate. So, but here, the compounding is done quarterly. That means you're supposed to adjust this interest rate of 12% per annum to reflect quarterly compounding. So here you can just say per annum. So we will start with this. Effective interest rate you're saying is 1 plus R over M power M minus 1. And I said, always in financial management, whenever you're doing a question, write the formulas. Write the formula. Even if you know it, just write the formula. It will even direct you on what to do. Like this one now, it will direct you. You will know this is 9 million. This is what I don't have. The rest I have. So here you'll say effective interest rate is 1 plus 0.12 over 4 power 4 minus 1. So get the effective interest rate. Get the effective interest rate. 12.55. 12.55%. Now this is what we are going to apply as our R. So we'll say future value. Oh, no, we are not repeating that again. We will say present value. Is it present value? No, future value is 9 million is equals to annuity. Annuity is what we don't know, times 1 plus 0.1255 power 5 minus 1 over 0.1255. So first get this factor. Get this factor in 4 decimal places. This factor should be in 4 decimal places. So annuity will be 9 million. You divide by the factor that you're getting here. Uh-huh, 6.4226. So please get me the amount here. Divide, you get me this amount. $140. This figure is too big, my friend. This is 1 million, eh? Someone else, kindly. Okay, fine. Let's see, something must be wrong somewhere. This one is for 5 years. Just a minute, we will see, we will compare. We will see where we are going wrong, if at all we are going wrong. We said we have two methods of this, eh? We said we have two methods of doing the multi-period. Remember, we called it multi-period compounding. Multi-period compounding. So just leave this the way it is. We will come back to this. I will check where the issue could be. Now we have this. We said, number one, you can adjust the number of periods. You adjust the number of periods, and again, you adjust the discount rates, and then you do the compounding. So method number two, this is number two. Just say or say number of periods will be 5 times M, 20 years. We will get 20 years there. Then discount rates. Discount rate, we said, sorry. This one should be, so I just wanted to say N times M, which is 5 times 4. You get 20 years. You get 20 years. Then discount rates will be R over 2. Not 2, but M. R over M. So 12% divided by 4. We will get 3%. We will get 3%. So we are saying, instead of using the effective interest rate method, we have another option. We have another option of adjusting the number of periods, because you're saying, if this person is going to save for a period of 5 years, and each year he is saving 4 times. So the number of periods will increase. So it's like saying, we have a period here. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So these are 5 periods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 years. But you're saying in each year is making 4 payments. So there are other periods here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So these are not the period, because compounding is occurring quarterly. We are supposed to count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There will be 20. Then the interest rate that we have is for 1 year, 12%. But we are only compounding for quarterly for 3 months. So you divide by 4, you get 3, 3, 3, 3, which must add up to 12. That's why we're saying R over M, we're getting 3%. So with that now, we can apply this formula. We say annuity, which is 9 million. Annuity, which is 9 million. is equals to annuity times 1 plus 0.03 power 20 minus 1 over 0.03. So then now you say annuity is equals to 9 million over the factor that you'll get there. Let's have in 4 decimal places. Anna, in 4 decimal places. So you get in 33. Three 34, 941. So this is 26. It said 26, 26.87, 26.8704, 8704, 26.8704. Then here the annuity, you're saying shillings, 334, 941. 334, 941.05. So that should be the correct answer. That should be the correct answer. So that means here, we are supposed to adjust the periods again here. This one, this effective interest rate, we adjust. We adjusted to, like we've adjusted there. So it is the same thing. So here the number of periods will change. So here we are supposed to say divide by, just a minute. You divide this by 4. So this will become 20. Then you divide by 0.1255, you divide by 4. So that is where the issue was. After getting the effective interest rates, you will still again adjust the number of periods. So get that. Just check now. Check now. Okay, it will not be the same, but almost the same. Rounded off. Check whether you are getting the same. Enad, are you getting the same answer? Hi, 330. 330 is a bit low. If you divide 12.55 over 4, then you use 20 here. The same case here. This is becoming almost the same, 3 point something, 27.39. Or 332.82.81. 338.82.81. So I would advise we go with this. This will not complicate issues. This will give us the exact figure, this method. Because here we've adjusted the number of periods, we have adjusted the discount rate, we are getting full numbers, or rather whole numbers. Then we apply the formula, we get this. So this is okay. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. This is more accurate. That is more accurate. That's more accurate. Now, do we need to do another one? Let me see. April 2020, April 2023, question 5D. Let me see whether it's April 2023. If it's similar to what we've done, we're just going to proceed. So they're saying John Osoro has deposited 7 million into a savings account at an annual interest rate of 5% compounded, with additional deposits of 10 per month made at the end of each month. So this is a bit different. I've advised we go with this, Martin. I've advised we go with this method of adjusting the number of periods and adjusting the discount rates. This one will not mislead you. So let's have April 2023 question 5D. April 2023 question 5D. Question 5D. April 2023 question 5D. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Now, John Osoro, that question for John Osoro. That question for John Osoro is what you're looking at. The question says, John Osoro has deposited shilling 700,000 into a savings account at an annual interest rate of 5%, compounded monthly. So John Osoro has deposited 700,000 into a savings account at an annual interest rate of 5%, compounded monthly, with additional deposits of shillings 10,000 per month made at the end of each month. Required, determine the value of the investment after 10 years. Determine the value of the investment after 10 years. So here we have a lump sum. We have a lump sum of 700,000, and we have annuities of 10,000 per month. And this will be done for a period of 10 years. So you need to get the present value of each separately. So here we have a lump sum. We have a lump sum of 7 million. We are saying shillings 700,000, sorry. 700,000. So initially he deposits 700,000 shillings into a savings account at an interest rate of 5% per 5% compounded. This is per annum at an annual interest rate, 5% per annum, but compounded monthly. M is 12. M is 12. The number of times compounding is occurring in a year is 12. Then compounded monthly with additional deposits of shillings 10,000 per month. Annuity. There is an annuity here. Shillings 10,000 per month. 10,000 per month. So what I'm saying, how we are going to get the present value of this lump sum is different from how we are going to get the present value of this annuity figure. Because here the question says, determine the value of the investment after 10 years. So here is saying value of investment. Value of investment is equals to present value of the lump sum. No, after 10 years. Determine the value of the investment after 10 years. So value of the investment is equals to future value of the lump sum, future value of the lump sum, plus future value of the annuity, plus future value of the annuity, future value of the annuity. Now, we need to adjust this here. Let's start by adjusting the number of periods. Number of periods, we have said, number of periods is equals to n. Where is n here? We don't have n. N is 10 years. N is 10 years. Number of periods is n times m. So n, 10 times what? 12. We get 120. So the number of periods is 120. Then the discount rate or the interest rate, we can just also call it the interest rate. The interest rate is R over M. 5% divided by 12. 5% divided by 12 because compounding is occurring. Compounding is being done monthly. So get the interest rate, that is consistent with compounding period. 5/12 is what? Five over 12. No, but this one, yeah, let's have it the way it is. 5, if you divide by 12, I'm getting 0.42. Let's say 0.42%. 0.242. Don't forget this is percent, because we are going to divide further by 100. We're going to divide further by 100. So we start with the future value of the lump sum. Future value of lump sum is equals to the lump sum is equals to the lump sum, or let's say future value of a lump sum is equals to present value 1 plus R power n. So this one will be 700,000 is equals to, or rather times 1 plus our R is now the adjusted one, 0.42 over 100 power the periods 120 power 120. That will give us the present value of the lump sum. That will give us the present value of the lump sum. Then future value of the lump annuity. Future value of annuity. Future value of annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R. Again, for R and n, we are going to use the adjusted values. We are going to use the adjusted values. So our annuity is 10,000. 10,000 is what we are saving monthly. So times 1 plus 0.2, 0.42 over 100 power 120 minus 1 over 0.42 over 100. So here we will get the future value of the annuity. So remember, the reason we are just dividing by 100 because we want to convert this percentage to numbers. We are converting the percentage to numbers. So basically, the 100 has no other reason to be there, because you can just say 0.0042 and you'll be good to go. So the first one I'm getting 1157,508. I don't know what you're getting. 1157,508. 1157,508. Confirm whether you're getting the same. 1157,508. Yeah, that's okay. Let's have the present value of the annuity now. So this one is 1 plus 0.0042. Close the brackets, power 120 minus 1 divide by 0.0042 times 10,000 times 10,000. I'm getting 1556 150. 1556, 150.42. I believe you're getting the same. 1556, 150.42 for the annuity, for the future value of the annuity. Then now you add value of investment, is equals to 1157,508 plus 1556, 150. Ignore the points. Ignore the points. So this is 2,713,658, 2.7, 271, 39.59. Bernard, why is mine different from yours? Who is right, who is wrong? 1157, 508 plus 2713, 658. Okay, fine. Mine seems to be okay. So that is how you do time value of money questions. Like I've said, here there is no format. It is just getting the concept. For example, this question that we've just done, this April 2023 question, 5D. Do you think you can do all this without having the concept? Without knowing that one is a lump sum and there will be an annuity, and also knowing that how you get the future value of the annuity is different from what you get used. You get the future value of a lump sum. Plus again, adjusting the number of periods with the number of times compounding occurs in a year and adjusting the discount rate to reflect the number of times compounding occurs in a year. Here, it is just getting the concept, not a matter of cramming or what. So just keep on. We've very many questions on this in the past papers. Even in August 2025, there was a question that's sitting, I don't know. So make sure you look at those questions. And in case you have a question, you will ask. Let's proceed. Let us look at something else because I want us to finish this today. Under that, right, loan amortization schedule. Loan amortization schedule. Loan amortization schedule. Loan amortization schedule. Now, a loan amortization schedule, this is a schedule that is used to determine the amount of installment that one should pay when they have borrowed money at an interest rate. The amount of installments one should pay. Now, for example, let's say when you acquire a loan of shillings 1 million at an interest rate of 12% per annum, and the loan period, you're supposed to repay this loan over a period of 4 years. So the question is, You have acquired a loan of shillings 1 million. You're being charged interest at 12% per annum, and the repayment period of the loan is 4 years. So the question is the installment. How much should this person pay per month? How much should this person pay per month to exhaust the loan amount in a period of 4 years? So in short, you are being asked to compute the installment, the amount payable each either year or each period to exhaust the loan amount plus interest over the period of the loan. And remember, when you borrow a loan, it will be the loan amount, like 1 million plus interest. The amount of money that you pay back, you're not going to pay the 1 million, no. You're going to repay the principal amount of the loan plus an interest that will be charged. So that means you're going to pay more than 1 million. And again, each installment that you make when you're repaying a loan, it has an element of the principal amount and interest. Let's say, for example, after doing all these calculations, we will realize that this person should be paying 35,000 shillings per month. Each installment that you're making for loan repayment can be split into two. It has an element of the principal and the interest expense. So you don't say that first I'm going to pay the principal amount, then after paying the principal amount, I will now start paying the interest amount. No. Every time you're making a loan repayment, you are paying an element of the principal and an element of the interest charged. And then you continue until you exhaust the principal amount plus the interest charged on the loan within the period of the loan. So just say one statement and say, write one statement and say, a loan amortization schedule, a loan amortization schedule usually shows the interest charged. A loan amortization schedule usually shows the interest charged for each period, comma, installments paid, and the balance outstanding, installments paid and the balance outstanding, at the end of each period, and the balance outstanding at the end of each period, full stop. And say the annuities stroke installments can be determined as follows. The annuities stroke installments can be determined as follows. So what we are saying is this. An installment, remember, a loan repayment is done using equal installments. These installments must remain the same throughout the loan period. So what you're saying is that installment is equivalent to an annuity. So here we say, to determine the installment, you say present value of annuity is equals to the annuity times present value interest factor, annuity, R% power n. This is the same as this. This. So let me write here. We say this expression can be rewritten as this. When you're reading from the tables, you write this. When you're calculating, you write this. So now we are saying this present value is the loan amount. This is the loan amount. Because remember, the loan amount is in present value terms. You're getting the loan today, not tomorrow, today. Then you're going to pay in equal installments, annuities. So these are the installments. The annuity is the installment. So in short, we are saying the present value of the installments gives us the present value of the loan. Present value of the loan is equals to present value, or rather, the loan amount. The loan amount is equals to present value of installments. Present value of installments. So like if we were to do for this question, we would say, for this example, I mean, we would say 1 million. 1 million is equals to installments times present value interest factor annuity 12%. No, here the payment is being done monthly. When the payment is being done, when the installments are monthly installments, you must adjust this. So this will be 12% divided by 12. Then the number of periods here, 4, you say times 12. You get 48 months. So, but let's just have a past paper question for this. Unless you have a question. Any question before we do a past paper question? I want us to look at August 2024. Question 2B. Is it? August 2024. No, sorry. Not August 2024, but April 2024. April 2024, question 4C. April 2024, question 4C. April 2024, question 4C. You're saying April 2024. Question 4C. The question reads, a company negotiates a shillings 30 million loan for 8 years from a financial institution. So a company negotiates a shillings 30 million loan. So loan amount is 30 million. 30 million loan amount. Then, so 30 million shillings, 30 million loan for 8 years from a financial institution. The interest rate is 14% per annum. Interest rate is 14% per annum. Per annum. On the outstanding balance of the loan. So this is what we call the reducing balance method. The principal and interest will be repaid in 8 equal year-end installments. So the repayment period is 8 years. The principal and interest will be repaid in 8 equal year-end installments. Required, prepare a loan repayment schedule. 2, determine the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year. So we will start by getting the installments. Like I've said, the most important thing is to get the installments, the amount of the installments. So here, what we are lacking is the installment. This is what we are lacking. We're also very lucky that interest, or rather the repayment, is annually. They're making annual installments. That is what the question says. The principal and interest will be repaid in 8 equal year-end installments. So when we are making yearly installments, we don't need to adjust this. This and this will not be adjusted. So here it'll say present value of annuity. Present value of annuity is equals to the annuity times present value interest factor, annuity, R% power n. So the loan amount is 30 million. 30 million, 30 million is equals to, so this one you said is the installment. So let's have the installment here. Installment times present value interest factor, annuity, present value interest factor of an annuity, 14% for 8 years. For 8 years. So 30 million, okay. So if you divide both sides by what, you'll find that this is, divide this by present value interest factor annuity. No, let's not do that. 30 million is equals to installment times, get this factor from the tables. Get this factor, 14% at period 8. 14% at period 8. 14% at period 8. Go to the WhatsApp group, check the table that I shared the other day. Thank you, Tito. 4.63. 4.6389. And this one we are reading from the lower table. We are reading from the lower table because we are working with an annuity. So please, if you're not getting this figure, we are reading it from the lower table. So divide both sides by this factor. We'll say the installment is 30 million. You divide by 4.6389. 4.6389. So get that. Divide, get the installment. Oh, 64. 60. Priska, what is 73.82? 64, 67. 64, 67, 050. 64, 67, 050. 0.38. Priska, 73.82 is what? Okay, let's now prepare the loan repayment schedule. Loan repayment schedule. Loan repayment schedule. So here we start with period. The period. We have 8 periods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 periods. Thank you, Priska. 8 periods. So now here we will have balance brought down or balance brought forward, whichever. Balance brought forward. Then here you'll have interest. We are charging interest at 14%. We are charging interest at 14%. Then here we have installments. And here we have balance carried forward. Balance carried forward. So this is A, this is B, this is C. So this is A plus B minus C. A plus B minus C. A plus B minus C. Then this is the repayment fee, loan repayment schedule. Loan repayment schedule. Now, we are saying interest is being charged on reducing balance. Interest is charged on the amount due. So after you repay, the next time you're calculating interest, you calculate on a lesser balance. So we will have this. So we start with the 30 million. 30 million is the balance brought forward in period 1. 30 million is the amount brought forward in period 1. Charge interest. We charge interest on the 30 million. We charge interest. So 14%, 14% times 30 million, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 4.2. 4.2 million. 4.2 million. Then we have an installment. We make a payment of 64, 67, 050. Let's do away with the points. Let's do away with the points. Remember, the installments must remain the same. So you can drop the installments 64, 67, 050, 64, 67, 050, 64, 67, 050, 64, 67, 050, 64, 67, 050, and 64, 67, 050. After paying the last installment, we should have a zero there. We should have a 0. Remember, we have said installments must remain the same. They are constant amounts. So let's continue. Now we want to get the balance carried forward here. So the balance carried forward here, we are saying, is the balance brought forward plus interest minus the installment. Minus the installment. So you say 30 million minus 4.2 million. Plus you add interest. Interest increases the amount due. Which is which here? Minus 6467. So you're saying 30 million plus 4.2 minus 6467, 050. 27, yes, 27, 732, 950. Then this one you bring it forward here. 27, 732, 950. Bring it forward here. Then you charge interest on this figure here. Charge interest on the balance brought forward. Again, 14%. So this is 38, 82, 613. 38, 82, 613. Add 27, 732, 950, and you deduct the installment 64, 67, 050. Here I'm getting 27, 148, no, 25, 25, 148, 513. 25, 148, 513. That is what we're going to bring forward here. 25, 148, 513. Then again, you charge interest. It's 3520, 3520, 791.82. 791.82. So then plus 25, 148, 513, minus the installment, 64, 67, 050. So here I'm getting 22, 22, 202, 254.82. That is what we bring forward here. So here brought forward, it's 22, 202, 254.82. Charge interest at 14%. This interest is 3,108,315.67. Then we get the installment, not the installment, but the balance there. So this is plus 22,202, 22,202, 254.82 minus 6467, 050. So here I'm getting 18, 843, 520, 0.49. So here 18, 843, 520.49. Then times 1.4. Then 2638, 092.87. So 18, 843, 520.49 minus the installments, 6467, 050. So here I'm getting 15, 014, 563.35. And that is the balance brought forward. Here, 15, 014, 563.35. Charge interest at 14% on that figure. I'm getting 20, 21, 02, 038.87. Then we add to the balance brought forward 15,014, 563.35 minus 6467, 050. 10,649, thank you. 10,649, 552.22. Yeah, so 10,649, 10,649, 552.22. So charge interest, it's 1490, 1499.37.31. So plus 10,649, 552.22 minus 6467, 050. 5673, 439, yes. 5673, 439.53. So that is the balance brought forward here. 5673, 439, 56, 73, 439.53. Then we charge interest at 14%. It's 794, 281.53. 64, 67, 050. So after payment of the last installment, you are supposed to exhaust everything. So just check whether we are exhausting 56, 73, 56, 73, 439.53 minus 64, 67, 050. Yeah, you'll get like a balance of 671, eh? You'll get like a balance of 671. 671, it is because of rounding off. It is because of rounding off, eh? There is no loan that you can pay until you get 0. It's not possible. It's not possible unless maybe you're charging interest on straight line basis. So that is how the loan amortization schedule is done, unless you have a question. Any question? So the most important thing is to know how to compute the installment. And please note, if the repayments are done monthly, If the repayments are done monthly, you will have to adjust the repayment period, which is 8 years you multiply by. For example, if we were told that the installments are monthly, here you would say 8 times 12. 8 times 12 is what? Is it 48? Not 48. It's 96. 96 months. Then the interest rate, you would say 14%, you divide by 12. You'll get a figure here. If payments were done monthly, then with this calculation, the amount of the installment here would change. So you should be aware of all that. Then the number of periods here would not be years. They would be months. Now let's answer the last part. And the last part says, determine the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year. The amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year is this. Interest at the end of the 8th year. Interest at end of 8th year is this. 794 281.53. 794 281.53. Alan, what is 1.67? Okay, fine. I get your point. Yeah. So here it would be 1.167. 1.167. Yeah. So any question? A similar question is December 2023, question 3C. Let me see. Yeah, December 2023, question 3C. I want you to go and do that question. And please make sure you do. Make sure you attempt that question. It will test whether you've understood. DEC 2023, question 3C. So that next time we can start something else. December 2023, question 3C. Oh, a very good question you've asked, Erastus. They have said what? Which question was that? The question was the same, was what? The question was April 2024. They are saying, determine the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th. Determine the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year. At the end of the 8th year. Determine the amount of interest payable at the end of the. So what do you think? The amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year. Alan, you're saying, okay, Alan, we are coming to that. Let's first answer this. Determine the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year. The amount payable at the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8th year should be this. So, but if they had said the amount of interest payable at the end of the 8-year period, 8-year period, we would have added everything. The amount of interest payable at the end of the 8-year period would be the summation. But here they are very specific. payable at the end of the 8th year. Payable at the end of the 8th year, the interest payable at the end of the 8th year is 794,281. But the interest payable over the 8-year period is this one, the summation. So Erastus, I believe that is clear for you. Alan, you're saying if, for example, it's 12 months, number of periods we use 12, or instead yearly. Okay. If it's 12 months, number of periods you don't use 12. It will be 96 periods. It will be 96. It is 8 years. The loan amount is 8 years times 12. You will get 96. So you're supposed to write here 1 all the way to 96. All the way to 96, because they will be monthly periods. They will be monthly periods. Yeah. Any other question before we close? So after attempting this question, if you are okay, next time we will start a new topic. That is on Wednesday, we will start a new topic, because that is all about time value of money. With that, have a good night. See you on Wednesday. Today we are going to have illustrations on time value of money. We see how we compute the future value of an investment, how we compute the present value from a future value, and some other illustrations. So let's start with August 2024, question 2B. Let's start with August 2024, question 2B. August 2024, question 2B. So from your past papers, please have that. August 2024, question 2B. That is the question we are starting with. Are you there? Now, are we looking at part B of that question? Now, before we look at part B, look at part A. Part A says, describe 3 types of money market instruments and their related transactions available in the financial system. That is from topic 2 that we covered. And we talked about the money market. Money market, remember we said is the market for short-term funds. Market for short-term funds. So there you find treasury bills, you find commercial papers, promissory notes, and the rest. They are there in the handout that I shared. So let's go to part B. I want, if possible, we do away with this topic today. So I want us to move a bit faster, yeah? So part B, Samuel Mongeka intends to invest shillings 200,000 at the beginning of each year in treasury bonds, which earns a return of 9% per annum. So Samuel Mongeka intends to invest shillings 200,000 at the beginning. At the beginning is very important. At the beginning of each year in treasury bonds, which earns a return of 9% per annum. Required, determine the accumulated value of investment after 10 years. So remember, this person, we're being told that this person will be investing 200,000 at the beginning of each year for a period of 10 years at an interest rate of 9%. So the 200,000 is an annuity. 200,000 shillings is an annuity in this case. So you say annuity. So this is part 1. So annuity is 200,000 because this is happening each year. Each year, so it becomes an annuity. Then the interest rate is 9%. 9% per annum. 9% per annum. The required, that is investment after 10 years. The number of periods is 10 years. So he's going to invest for a period of 10 years. This is an annuity due because it is occurring at the beginning. So present value of annuity due, we said is equals to the annuity times. So here we can choose to use we can use the tables or we can use the formula, whichever you want. So let's use the formula for this one. 1 minus 1 plus R. Now we want the future value. We're looking at the future value. So yeah, we are computing the future value, not the present value. So 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R times 1 plus R times 1 plus R. That is the formula that we said for future values. So yeah, so we are going to change here. It's not present value, it's the future value of an annuity, because we are looking at the value of the investment at the end of 10 years or after a period of 10 years. So, and I want to believe we are together. Are we together? So let's proceed. So here we say, the annuity is 200,000 times 1 plus 0.09 power what? Power 10 minus 1 over 0.09 times 1 plus 0.09. So from that, we can get the amount. Get me that figure kindly. You're taking too long, kindly. Yes, you're getting 33, 120, 33, 120, 58.68. So it's what? Sorry. So this is here. It's 3 million. Okay, fine. So that must be the correct answer. That must be the correct answer. So the keynote here, it's the beginning. Remember the question says at the beginning of each period. And that is why we are having this factor here, 1 plus R. So take note of that. Then next part B, not part B, but part 2. Determine the present value of shillings 1.2 million annuity payable for 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per annum. So here, they're saying, determine the present value of shillings 1.2 million annuity payable for 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per annum. So again, this is still an annuity. And this annuity, they're saying, it is 1.2 million that is payable annually for a period of 20 years. So here we will say the annuity is 1.2 million. 1.2 million payable for 20 years. The period is 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per annum. Interest rate is 8% per annum. And we're looking at the present, determine the present value of shillings 1.2 million annuity payable for 20 years at an interest rate of 8% per. So they have not said whether the amount is at the beginning or as at the end of the period. So when the question does not specify when the payment is being done, it is assumed to be an ordinary annuity. So this is an ordinary annuity where the payment is occurring at the end of each period. So present value of annuity, which is an ordinary, we said is equals to the annuity times 1 minus 1 plus r power negative n over r over r over r. So this is 1.2 million times into brackets 1 minus 1 plus 0.08 power negative 20 over 0.08. So get that. Get the present value. Get me the present value kindly. I'm waiting for the answer. Hilda? 11, 781, 720. Eleven 781, 776. Point 89. Let's say 89. So that is okay. That is how we get the present value of an annuity. So you can see, these are the same things that we were looking at during our classwork. What you need to do is to get the concept. You need to understand what you are computing, what information has been provided. Have I been provided with an annuity? Have I been provided with a lump sum? And things like that. Let's have another question, a quick one. December 2023. December 2023. December 2023. Question 3C. December 2023, question 3C. So December 2023, question 3C. Are you there? Yeah, question 3C say, no. This is on loan amortization, yeah? This is on loan amortization. December 2023, question 3C and D. Let's do part D. Let's do D, not C, D. We are coming back to part C on loan amortization. So let's have it somewhere. Question 3C. It's on loan amortization. So let's look at part D. Says, 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐄 has the following investment options to choose from. 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐄 has the following investment options to choose from. Post office MIS scheme, monthly interest 8% per annum. ICD bank deposit, quarterly interest 8.25% per annum. HDFC Limited have yearly interest 8.5% per annum. Required, using effective interest rate method, advise 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐄 on the preferred investment option using the effective interest rate. So remember, we said effective interest rate. Effective interest rate, it is adjusting the nominal interest rate with the number of times compounding occurs in a year, so as to get an interest rate that is consistent with the number of compounding times. So effective interest rate, we said effective interest rate, we said is equals to 1 plus, this was R over M power M minus 1. That is what we said. That is how we compute the effective interest rate. That is how we compute the effective interest rate, unless I'm getting the formula wrong, but that must be correct. 1 plus R over M power M minus 1 minus 1. So we compute the effective interest rate for each option, and we start with the post office MIS. Post office MIS, where the nominal rate is what you call in RR, 8% per annum. M is 1. Here M is 1. Because if it's the interest rate is per annum, or it's monthly interest rate, monthly, they're saying post office MIS scheme monthly interest. So M is 12. M is 12. M represents the number of times interest is compounded in a year. The number of times interest is compounded in a year is what you're calling M. And in this case, they are compounding monthly. So M is 12. So then the effective interest rate is equals to 1 plus 0.08 over 12 power M 12 minus 1. So get the interest rate here. Get the effective interest rate. Then we will go to ICD bank deposit. Let's first write, then we will compute. Let's first have this, then we will compute. ICD bank deposit, they're saying quarterly interest. So our nominal rate is 8.25% per annum. M, the number of times compounding occurs in a year, it is quarterly, so 4. Then effective interest rate is equals to 1 plus 0.0825, you divide by 4, then power 4 minus 1 is equals to, and the last one is HDFC Limited. HDFC Limited. Here the nominal rate is 8.5% per annum and half yearly. So here compounding occurs semi-annually, so it must be 2 times in a year. Effective interest rate is equals to 1 plus 0.085 over 2 power 2 minus 1. So now let's compute now. Let's compute. Get me the answer for the first one. Kindly save time, save on time. I've said I want us to do away with this topic today. And we have a lot to cover. $8.29%. Okay, whatever answer you are getting, multiply by 100 to get it in percentage. So now the answers are too many here. So for this is 8 point. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. 8.29, 8.3 is okay. Otito, yours is for which one? Because yours is a bit different. ICD. Okay. 8.51. Let's have the answers in 2 decimal places. 8.51. 8.51. Then the other side. HDFC 8.68. 8.68. 8.68. So I believe that is okay with everyone. A vote that is for 8.5, or that is for this one. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, vote. That is it for that question. Unless someone has been left behind, we go to another question. Any question before we proceed? Oh yeah, we are supposed to advise. We are supposed to advise because the question says, using effective interest rate method, advise 𝐎𝐍𝐋𝐿 on the preferred investment option. The preferred investment option is the one that provides the highest effective interest rate. So which should be this one, HDFC Limited. So say the preferred investment option, advising the preferred investment option, is HDFC Limited, since it has the highest effective interest rate. Full stop. Then August 2023 question 5B. August 2023 question 5B. And I said, make sure you get the concept. Don't just compute, don't just write. Ensure you understand the question. And one thing, these financial management questions, if you want to get the concept and if you want to survive in financial management, number one, make sure you understand the question. Read the question and understand. Make sure that you can explain the story in that question, so that when you are doing the question, you're just converting whatever you've understood into writing. So like in this question, we're saying August 2023. Question 5B. August 2023 question 5B. That question reads, it's 5B. Joel Ouma needs shillings 5 million in 5 years' time to purchase a house. So this man wants to have 5 million shillings 5 years to come to purchase a house. Then he is determined to deposit a given amount of money each quarter in a sinking fund that earns interest at the rate of 12% compounded quarterly for 5 years. Required, compute the amount of money that Joel Ouma should deposit in each quarter in a sinking fund so as to enable him realize shillings 9 million in 5 years' time. And you can see that question is 5 marks. Very short, but 5 marks. Now, so let's start. Okay, this is now where understanding the question is coming in. You must understand what the question says, what it requires, so that you can know what to do. Now, in this case, you've been given the future value is 9 million. Say future value here. This is the money this person wants after 5 years. So then N, is 5 years. Because they're saying jail owner needs shillings 9 million in 5 years' time to purchase a house. He is determined to deposit a given amount of money each quarter. So he is depositing each quarter. So the number of times he is depositing money in a year is 4. Because a year has 4 quarters. So he is depositing 4 times in a year. In a sinking fund that earns interest at the rate of 12%, the interest rate is 12%, but compounded quarterly, at an interest rate that's, so they're saying he is determined to deposit a given amount of money for each quarter in a sinking fund that earns interest at a rate of 12% compounded quarterly for 5 years. For 5 years. So now the question is, compute the amount of money that Joel Ouma should deposit in each quarter in a sinking fund so as to enable him realize 9 million in 5 years' time. In 5 years' time. The amount of money that he should be depositing in each quarter in order to make it at 9 million after a period of 5 years. So here we have 2 methods. We can start by computing the effective interest rate. So, but before that, this is the future value. And we are looking for an annuity. We've just said that future value of annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R. That is what we've said. So the annuity, this is what we are looking for. Because the annuity is the amount of money that he will be depositing each quarter. Then the future value of the annuity is the 9 million. So here you can say 9 million. This is the 9 million will come here. This is what we are looking for. How much should he be depositing to make it 9 million after that period of time? We will start with the effective interest rate method. Effective interest rate method. Whereby we are supposed to adjust the interest rates to reflect quarterly. This interest rate here, this 12% we said, we are calling it the nominal interest rate. We said the nominal interest rate is given on annual basis. It is per annum. It is for 1 year, 1 financial year, or not just annual. It's an annual rate. So, but here, the compounding is done quarterly. That means you're supposed to adjust this interest rate of 12% per annum to reflect quarterly compounding. So here you can just say per annum. So we will start with this. Effective interest rate you're saying is 1 plus R over M power M minus 1. And I said, always in financial management, whenever you're doing a question, write the formulas. Write the formula. Even if you know it, just write the formula. It will even direct you on what to do. Like this one now, it will direct you. You will know this is 9 million. This is what I don't have. The rest I have. So here you'll say effective interest rate is 1 plus 0.12 over 4 power 4 minus 1. So get the effective interest rate. Get the effective interest rate. 12.55. 12.55%. Now this is what we are going to apply as our R. So we'll say future value. Oh, no, we are not repeating that again. We will say present value. Is it present value? No, future value is 9 million is equals to annuity. Annuity is what we don't know, times 1 plus 0.1255 power 5 minus 1 over 0.1255. So first get this factor. Get this factor in 4 decimal places. This factor should be in 4 decimal places. So annuity will be 9 million. You divide by the factor that you're getting here. Uh-huh, 6.4226. So please get me the amount here. Divide, you get me this amount. $140. This figure is too big, my friend. This is 1 million, eh? Someone else, kindly. Okay, fine. Let's see, something must be wrong somewhere. This one is for 5 years. Just a minute, we will see, we will compare. We will see where we are going wrong, if at all we are going wrong. We said we have 2 methods of this, eh? We said we have 2 methods of doing the multi-period. Remember, we called it multi-period compounding. Multi-period compounding. So just leave this the way it is. We will come back to this. I will check where the issue could be. Now we have this. We said number 1, you can adjust the number of periods. You adjust the number of periods, and again you adjust the discount rates, and then you do the compounding. So method number 2, this is number 2. Just say or say number of periods will be 5 times M, 20 years. We will get 20 years there. Then discount rate. Discount rate, we said, sorry. This one should be, so I just wanted to say N times M, which is 5 times 4. you get 20 years. You get 20 years. Then discount rates will be R over 2, not 2, but M, R over M. So 12%, 12% divided by 4, we will get 3%. We will get 3%. So we are saying instead of using the effective interest rate method, we have another option. We have another option of adjusting the number of periods, because you're saying if this person is going to save for a period of 5 years, and each year is saving 4 times. So the number of periods will increase. So it's like saying we have a period here. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So these are 5 periods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 years. But you're saying in each year is making 4 payments. So there are other periods here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So these are not the period, because compounding is occurring quarterly. We are supposed to count this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They will be 20. Then the interest rate that we have is for 1 year, 12%. But we are only compounding for quarterly for 3 months. So you divide by 4, you get 3, 3, 3, 3, which must add up to 12. That's why we're saying R over M, we're getting 3%. So with that now, we can apply this formula. We can apply this formula. We say annuity, which is 9 million, annuity, which is 9 million, is equals to annuity times 1 plus 0.03 power 20 minus 1 over 0.03. So then now you say annuity is equals to 9 million over the factor that you'll get there. Let's have in 4 decimal places, Anna, in 4 decimal places. So you're getting 33. 334,941. So this is 26. It said 26.87. 26.8704. 8704. 26.8704. Then here the annuity, you're saying shillings, 334,941. 334,941.05. So that should be the correct answer. That should be the correct answer. So that means here, we are supposed to adjust the periods again here. This one, this effective interest rate, we adjust. We adjusted to, like we've adjusted there. So it is the same thing. So here the number of periods will change. So here we are supposed to say divide by, just a minute. You divide this by 4. So this will become 20. Then you divide by 0.1255. You divide by 4. So that is where the issue was. After getting the effective interest rates, you will still again adjust the number of periods.
The importance of human behavior. So these theories, they dwell so much on the human behavior of the employees. If you're able to ensure that the employees have got good attitude, then basically your company is going to perform better. So that is what these theorists emphasize on. So which focus on what? Mainly efficiency and productivity, while overlooking the human elements in relation. Key contributors to this approach include, so these are the scientists, those who did research. We have 𝐿ton-Mayo, Abraham Maslow, Douglas McGregor, and Mary Parker-Follett. So basically, if you look at some of the past papers, you'll find that somebody asks you to explain a given theory or a given behavior in relation to 𝐿ton-Mayo, in relation to what? Abraham Maslow, also McGregor, basically. Okay, Florence, that is noted. But what was happened that in the the classical approaches, we had done them last week. That's why I was just perusing through so that we have the continuity. I was not moving very fast. I was just trying to pass through them because we had done them in the previous class. That's why I was just brushing through them. But now we are starting to discuss. Now the pace is going to be a little bit slower. Those ones I was perusing through because we had already done them in the previous class. So for the continuity, I was just trying to get a recap, Florence. But that's noted. Now let's look at what? Let's now look at the behavioral management approach. How can organization help in managing the behavior to ensure that the company becomes more productive? Now, those who contributed to this theory include 𝐿ton-Mayo. They did research and their findings and their theories are there. We have somebody called Abraham Maslow, also did research on this aspect and came up with some of the ways of motivating employees. Then you also have Douglas McGregor and Mary Parker-Follett. So we're going to look at some of the theories by those researchers or those gurus of management. Now, the first behavioral approach to management, or the first theory that we want to look at in support of the behavioral management approach, is what we call 𝐿ton-Mayo. And 𝐿ton-Mayo emphasized on what's called what? Human relations theory. So we want to look at 𝐿ton-Mayo. What did 𝐿ton-Mayo do, and what was his findings, and how can his finding help us what? In managing an organization. Which approach, Florence? Which approach are you talking about? We have talked about, okay, let me go back so that you understand what I'm saying. So So that the role management approach is a school of management thought that emphasized on the importance of what? Human behavior. So these people look at how can we change the human behavior to be able to increase productivity. How can we be able to look at the needs of the employees? For example, can we satisfy their needs so that they become very productive? Employees whose needs are satisfied by the company are normally very motivated and very much productive, and also attitude. Can you be able to change the attitude of your employees so that they become what? People who are oriented, or people who are focused on helping the company achieve its own objectives. So basically, this theory is all about look at the human behavior, needs of the employees, and attitudes to ensure that what? We have a conducive work environment so that the company becomes more productive. Lawrence, are we good now? Are we okay? Good. Now, the first person who supported this behavioral management theory is a researcher by the name Elton Mayo. So Elton Mayo, on his theory, he talked about what? Human relations theory. So in his research, he was looking at what? Human relations and how it can help a company move towards what? Achieving its objective. Now let's look at, so that Elton Mayo was a key figure in the development of human relations movements, which emphasized the social needs of workers and the importance of interpersonal relationship in the workplace. So according to him, he looked at how can we be able to improve the social needs of the employees. And how are we able to improve relationship? There must be a good relationship between the employee themselves and the employees and management. If you are able to emphasize on those relationships, then basically the company will be able to perform better. So he dwelt on look at what? How can we improve the social needs of the worker? Employees need to belong. Employees need to be feel like what? People appreciate them in the company. Employees need to have a support system around them. At the same time, how can we be able to improve the interaction or the relationship among the employees themselves and between the what? Employees and management? Now, in this theory, he came up with some key concepts. Number one is that Mayo conducted the Hawthorne study in the Western Electric Company. He did that in 1924 to 1932. That means it took 6 years in carrying out that research. This is a good researcher. It took a lot of time in trying to what? Trying to carry out this research. Now, which aim to study the effect of physical conditions on productivity. So look at what? How can the physical condition of the company affects productivity of the organization? The results showed that social factors such as what? Feeling valued, that's a social factor, feeling valued, such as feeling valued, feeling valued and being part of the team has greater influence on productivity than what? Than physical condition. If I'm in a place where I feel like my employees, my fellow employees trust me and my manager trust me, then basically I feel motivated to be able to what? Help the company achieve its objective. Now, what were key findings from this theory? When Elton Mayo was doing this research, what was his key findings? What did he find out from this Hawthorne study? So he said that the first thing he found out was called the Hawthorne's effect. Now, what is this thing called the Hawthorne's effect? That workers' performance improved because they knew they were being observed and felt that management cared about them. So employees believe that whatever we are doing being done, when managers are observing what we're doing, then we tend to do work, be motivated to work. At the same time, when managers feel like we are valuable to them, manager values us, managers see value in us. Most of these companies people work for, you find that there's a major term. There's a term that most managers use, or most people in authority use, and they tell you that we can do without you as an employee. So that means there's no value. They look at you like what? You're a liability. You must know that the employees you have are your first asset. Anybody who is in management here, the people you are leading should look at them like an asset. It's okay, you can fire them and get a new employee, well and good. But what you know to know that what you will never get an exact employee. You can get a better one or the worst employee than the ones you have. So basically, try to value employees in their own aspect. Now, this second finding is that what? Informal work groups. So that social groups within the workplace strongly influence individual behavior. Now, when we talk about social groups, there's what's called social formations within a work environment. All of us may be working. I'm using may because I don't know exactly. Most of us may be working in organizations, whether private or public institutions. Now, there's what is called social formations within the workplace. There are people that you just feel comfortable around. Nobody told you to be friends with them, but as you continue working, you find that you have the same ideals, you have the same perspective of life. So basically, you tend to gravitate towards one another in the workplace. So when I see Zipporah, let's say when I see Zipporah, I see somebody else. So there's somebody that's very close to you at work environment. And then when you don't come to work, people ask you, where is so-and-so? So basically, when you have a strong social fabric within the company, you're able to what? You're able to behave. If the person you interact with is a top performer, automatically you also what? You improve in performance. That's what he says. Then another key finding was on the employee morale. So that high morale increases productivity, low morale leads to what? Underperformance. So if you're able to boost the employee morale, just encourage them, let them know that you value what they're doing. Let them know that what they're trying the best for the company. When you boost employees' morale, basically they become very productive. So that's what happens. So as a manager, find ways in which what you can be able to boost employees' morale. Some people believe that the morale or the motivation of employees is only via money. There are some what's called what? Non-monetary motivation. Recognition that somebody is not good. So basically, find some non-monetary means to be able to what? To be able to motivate employees. Don't just believe that it's only money. Employees, when you give them money, money is one of the major motivation factor, but basically there are other ways you can use to what? Manage employees so that what you're able to improve their performance. Very important. Now, what is the implication of this Elton-Mayo or human relation theory as per the Elton-Mayo? What is the implication of this theory? How does it help organization, or what is the implication of this theory? So we see that what managers should focus on employee welfare. Ensure that the welfare of your employee is taken care of. Managers should focus on the employee welfare, talk about remuneration, talk about work environment, ensure that your employees are working in a good work environment. The welfare of employees should be given priority. So welfare, communication, ensure that you're able to what? Pass information as and when needed so that employees don't get wrong information. And also what? Group dynamics. You must know how to manage groups. You must, anytime we are in a company is a social setting. So there's bound to be these groupings. How do you manage these groups? You must know who is the most influential in that group. That's what? If you want to bring an issue, you will bring issue through them. That's what happens. You need to know your employees, which of your employees has more power than the rest, who can influence who. So basically look at that. Then the second implication is that encourage participation and teamwork to boost productivity and satisfaction. Ensure that employees work as a team, not as individuals. Ensure that you create teamwork. When you create teamwork, employees will become. So for example, in a department, every member of the department should work to ensure that then we achieve what's called what? Departmental objective. Those who don't work as a team, sometimes you may be a very good employee in a given company, but you tend to be so individualistic. You can be fired, however good you are, because sometimes we need what's called what? Collective work. We need everybody else to be bottom. So if you're somebody who try to just divide the group, or you want to be seen as you are the most performing employee, you don't want to lift others, and sometimes for the sake of the company harmony, you may be let go, and you wonder now, this was one of our best employees. Why did he go? Because there's an aspect of what? He's not working with the rest. He's not a team player. He's good individually, but now there's some jobs that requires what? Requires a departmental effort. So if you are somebody who wants to do things separately, then basically sometimes you may feel like what? Or you may hinder what's called the overall goal of the company. So basically, that's what Elton-Mayo did. He did a research, and these were his findings. We talked about the findings, and also we look at implication. How can this theory help us to ensure that what we manage now. So if you decide that I want to apply 𝐻𝐿 or human relations theory, then you know what he did, what he found, and how you're able to what motivate the employees to be able to what perform better. Now, on the 𝐻𝐿 or human relations theory, are we good? Mwalimu, it's another point here. Florence, I think I'm moving at a very slow speed now. I'm moving at a very slow speed, Florence. I'm too fast. Hey, let me ask the rest. What do you think about my speed? Maybe I need to get a second opinion. Yes, if all of you say that I'm too fast. Okay. Mutie is also saying that I'm very fast. So Florence and Mutie are saying that I'm too fast. The rest are saying that we are poor. So what? I think this theory I've taken too much time to explain, but there's no problem. We'll go. We'll try. Let me repeat on this theory so that at least everybody is at par. But at the same time, we must know that we have. This is a professional course. It has got, like, I think this one should be having like around 11, 12 topics. So we also need to what? Balance. We'll balance the speed at the same time, try to ensure that there's understanding. So I'll try to understand. I understand you, Florence. I understand what you're saying. I understand what we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Maybe Florence. Do you have the notes that I've shared? I've shared the notes in the group. Maybe you don't have the notes. Do you have the notes? I'd share the notes in the group. So you're still making other notes? What you do, okay, this is just a suggestion, Florence. If you're able to print the notes, if you're able to print them, understand the situation. If you're able to print the notes, then you can be making short notes on the notes that you have, so that you have the hard copy. You are reading the hard copy that you have at the same time. Make notes on that hard copy so that we are able to move on well. But I understand your fear that this is a receipt and you want to understand maximally, which is okay. But at the same time, we'll try to find a balance in which we move at a good speed. At the same time, we try to cover the syllabus. So I'll try to find a balance. I understand, Florence. I understand what your point, but also if I go slow and then we finish at topic 5, the semester end when you're topic 5, basically, so I'll try to become moderately slow so that at least you understand at the same time we cover the syllabus. Because if I don't finish the syllabus also, it acquire another problem. So we need to balance. We need to balance. To cover syllabus pia na pia speed yetu ikuwe ile ya understand. So let us all try to balance. But here, Florence, have you been in this class last time? Were you here last time? Oh, you are in RCM, yes, understand. But I can tell you that those who were here last time, all of them passed the exam. Because we revised more than 10 papers. We finished the syllabus and revised more than 10, not one. To revise, in fact, we revised the CPA past papers of PPM from around 2020, tukamaliza, tukaingia ya CS. Because CS also has got what? A principle management. CP has condition management, but the same thing. So we revised like 10 papers. Tulimaliza ya CPA, tukaenda mpaka ya CS from around 2020. So we'll do that so that ukienda kwa mtihani utakuwa sawa. That's why we are trying to what? Balance. Balance. So Florence, in case you need any assistance also, just inbox me. Inbox, then basically you can be able to help. So we are here for everybody else. So kila mtu anatoka paka mbele. Last time tulikuwa na 100% pass. If you believe I'm lying, ask anybody. You can ask Mr. Kiana or Mr. Dongo, watakwambia hapa tunang'ang'ana to ensure that what everybody pass. So so we revised more than 10 papers last time, I can assure you, and everybody came up. And then somebody also came from another college here who was also very much afraid. Like in today, we ensure that every pass. So we'll balance that one, understand. So let me repeat it for the sake of us having harmony. Let me repeat this one once. So let's look at 𝐿𝐻𝐿 human relation theory. So this guy called 𝐿𝐻𝐿 did a research to be able to what? To look at, say that he did a research on the aspect of what? Social needs of workers and importance of what? Interpersonal. Means what? So that if you're able to meet the social needs of workers at the same time, ensure that there's a good relationship between or among the employees, then basically you're able to ensure that what? We become very productive. So I'll be reading and then I explain. That's why I'm highlighting. So that 𝐿𝐻𝐿 was a key figure in the development of human relations movement, which emphasized the social needs. So he emphasized the social needs of workers and the importance of what? Interpersonal relationships in the workplace. So he said what? If you're able to meet the social needs of workers, at the same time, improve how they interact, then basically, as a company, you're able to will perform better. Now, what were the key concepts in this theory? Now, we have two key concepts. Number one is that Mayo conducted the Hawthorne study. So his research was the topic of research was called what? Hawthorne's study on a Western electric company. He did research in 1924 to 1932. Now, which aimed to study the effect of what? Physical conditions on productivity. So that what? If you're able to improve physical conditions of the company, then we'll be able to what? As a company, we'll be able to what? Be more productive. That was his first concept. Number two, the results showed that social factors like feeling valued means if an employee feels like the company values them, feeling valued, and being part of the team, they feel like what? They play a part in the company goals. Being part of the team has a greater influence on productivity than physical conditions. Physical conditions is, for example, giving an employee like a modern laptop or a good laptop, having a good office environment. Is that what? The social needs of the employees, if you're able to take care of the social needs of the employees become very productive as opposed to what? This aesthetics of the office looking good, the desk and all those things. So what? Employees are social beings. So taking care of their social needs will make them more productive. Now, from these studies, what were his findings? The findings here that what? His findings were, number one, it emphasized on the Hawthorne's effect. Now, what is this Hawthorne's effect? So that workers' performance improved because they knew they were being observed and felt that management cared about them. So when you are observing employees in doing their work, if there's something that is something that makes them uncomfortable as a manager, you identify and then correct it. So that's number one. Number two is second findings was what? On the informal work groups. So social groups within the workplace strongly influence individual behavior. What are the social groups in your place of work? How can they help you to improve? So basically, the people you surround yourself with are able to make you more productive or less productive. Then number three, it talks about his finding was what? Employee morale. So high morale increases productivity, low morale leads to what? Underperformance. So if you're able to improve the morale of your employees become more productive. But if their morale depends or goes down, then that employee will never be productive. Now, this theory, how can this theory now help us? We talk about implication for management. What? How does this theory help us in managing? Now you're a manager. If you read about 𝐿𝐻𝐿 or human theory, how can you apply it? Or what can you do to ensure that what? Your employee perform better? Number one is what? Managers should focus on employee welfare. Things like employee well-being. Things like issue of what? Talk about payments. Talk about the issue like how ensure that your employees have got maybe insurance cover, health insurance cover, so that if they have a sick relative or a sick child, basically they are not disturbed financially. So ensure that they feel comfortable. Communication. Always pass information, whether feedback, whether good or bad, ensure that employees get feedback. And then also group dynamic. Ensure that what you have a good formal grouping that is able to what help employees work better. Now, the second important is that encourage participation and teamwork to boost productivity. Ensure that each and every employee participates. There's nobody without any idea. We normally say that word. Sometimes when you're in a meeting, ensure that each and every employee bring their idea, whether good or bad. It depends that that idea can be reformed or this that can be refined to become a good idea. Always give your opinion. So those are what Elton Mayo found out. I don't know if that was now understood. Is it understood now? On Elton Mayo, are we good? Good. Then let's go to the second theory here. The second theory is on somebody called Abraham Maslow. Just 1 minute, please. Now, the second theory is on Abraham Maslow. So this other theory is on Abraham Maslow. There's somebody called Abraham Maslow who is also did research on how to be able to motivate employees. So Abraham Maslow basically categorized needs. So let's look at the overview of what this thing called Abraham Maslow. So Abraham Maslow developed a theory of human motivation. So when Abraham Maslow was doing his research, he was looking at what? Human motivation based on the hierarchy of 5 needs that influence behavior and performance. So Abraham Maslow, what he did, before I explain the notes, Abraham Maslow came up with 5 classes of needs. And he said that an employee, the needs can be classified into 5. And he said that once a need has been satisfied, it is not a motivator anymore. That's what he said. For example, he said the first needs are called what? Physiological needs. There's food, water, and shelter. Once an employee has been able to get food, shelter, and water, food does not motivate them anymore. You have to go to the second category of needs. That's what he did. Now let's go one by one. So that Abraham Maslow developed a theory of human motivation based on hierarchy of 5 needs that influence behavior. Means what? He was able to classify them as the first, second, third. He ranked them. That's what it's called a hierarchy. Hierarchy means what? From lower to, so there are lower level needs and there are higher level needs. So that's what Abraham Maslow needs. So his 5 levels of needs include number 1 is physiological needs, which are also called what? Basic needs. Physiological needs, which are also called basic. So basic needs such as what? Food, water, and shelter. So his first category of need at the bottom of the pyramid is called what? Is called physiological. So means what? The first thing you need to give an employee, you must ensure that what employee has got food, has water, and shelter. That's the first thing that motivates employees. Now, once those physiological needs are satisfied, you cannot motivate employee by providing food and water again. Now you have to go to what? The second category of needs, which is called what? Safety needs. Now this one said that what? employees need security, and security here, we talk about two. Number one is protection from harm. Employees need to be able to know that where we are working, we are protected. That is protection from harm. We are in a safe and secure work environment. At the same time, there's what's called what? Job security. We need also to ensure that what? Our employees feel like they are in a stable employment. Anytime you're given a 6-month contract, a 1-year contract, you are not very comfortable because you have to say, what if the contract ends? What happens to me? People who are in permanent employment, their mind is settled because they know that what? I'll do this work until I retire. So that's what so they say that what? Once you meet the basic need, now go to safety needs. Can you ensure that your employee feels secure where they're working at the same time they have a job security? So job security motivates employees. Then once you feel the safety needs, you have to move to the next level of needs, which is called what? The social needs. This one are needs that what? Employees are social beings. So basically, they want to feel a sense of belonging. Does this company value me? And that's why sometimes you find that even at workplace, people start forming issues like chama. Those ones are basically, we want to ensure that what? Our social needs are taken care of. We interact. Those ones are basically, when we talk about what? Issues of social needs. Very, very important that you look at them. Then talk about what? Friendship. Basically, in a work environment, we need to ensure that what? We are not only colleagues, we are also friends. So we need to create an environment where employees feel like what? They are also a family. Apart from being workmates, we should try to ensure that what? We increase it or we make it better so that when I look at a fellow employee, I look at them like what? My brother. So we must create friendship. Apart from professional friendship also, we must have sure that what? We go beyond what? The social circles. So that's on what? Friendship and also love. People need to be appreciated. The employees, sometimes you see some companies at the end of the year, they take people out, maybe for vacations, they give people vouchers. Those ones make them feel what? Loved and appreciated by what? By the members of the ownership. Then once the social needs are taken care of, then we go to the second or the fourth needs, which are called what? Esteem needs. So this one means employees want to feel, these are basically feeling of being in a position of authority. That's what's called esteem needs. So recognition, people recognize your effort. People recognize you are the head of department, you are the manager, you are the head of, so basically those ones, recognition, respect. You command respect. People respect what you're doing. So basically, that one is another aspect. And also self-esteem. When you are, for example, in the office, you're given an independent office, you feel very important. You're HOD, you go to work. So basically, those aspects, recognition that you are the head of a department, even in your office, sometimes you find that what? They have written something in your office of the HOD. Those ones are aspect of what? Esteem needs. People feel very important. They feel people give them respect. And that's what all call what? Esteem needs. And then the last needs is called self-actualization. And so this one, very few people reach here. Very few people reach here. This is basically, you talk about this where somebody said that what? I've done what God created me to do. I've achieved the highest level that I wanted to achieve as a human being. That is called what? Self-actualization. Realizing one's full potential and self-growth. For example, being a CEO of a given company, being a president, after being a president in a given country, what do you think? Maybe in that land, you have achieved the highest office. So basically, look at that. So those are called what? Hierarchy. Now, how does this theory help in motivating? So if today is Ipora, Maina, Knox, or any other person here, I employ any of you in my company, I must ask myself, this employee, which level is he in? Is he somebody who's still in the physiological needs or safety needs or social? So that I know what motivates you. Because if I give you a wrong motivation, or I give you a wrong, if I classify you in a wrong group, whatever I may think is going to motivate you will not motivate you anymore. You don't need food. You just need an office to feel motivated. You need to be given what? A position to feel. So basically, any employee that you employ, ask yourself, where are they in this hierarchy? So that when you know where they are, you can now try to provide for them what is next, what is in the next hierarchy for them to feel motivated. But in all these aspects, money is a motivator, whether in the physical needs or safety. As you go up the ladder, money is a uniform motivator in all those levels. I've seen a question here. Yes. What they were doing is, these are basically separate researchers, but they were looking at separate areas. So Mayo was looking at what? How you are able to what? Improve social aspect, or how social aspect improve employees' motivation. But now Maslow was looking at how the needs, or he classified the needs, so that to say that what, for you to motivate an employee, you must know where are you? Are you in the physiological needs level? Are you in the safety needs? Are you in the social? So that what, we know what motivates you. If you have food in your house, good, any food you want, and I come and give you food, food will not motivate you. So I look at what is next. What doesn't this employee have that when I give them, they feel motivated in this job? So this is what Abram. So if you're a manager, given employee, given company, ask yourself, these employees I have, which is their level of need? Where are they? Now, what can I do to motivate them so that I don't do something that they don't feel is a motivation anymore? Are we together? Up that point, all of you, are we good in whatever I've tried to explain? Yes? Is that point understood? Yes, so Abraham Maslow categorized needs into five. He categorized needs into 5 categories. Yeah, he had 5 categories. Florence and Muti has responded. The rest? Zipporah, Mine and Oaks. Are we good? Ismail, yes, we're good. Now, from that explanation, we need to look at the key principle in this theory. What are the key principles that every manager should look like? I'm highlighting in yellow so that you know where we are. I like highlighting, so I'm highlighting in yellow. So we are in where I'm highlighting in yellow. Now, that key principle, needs must be satisfied in a hierarchical order, starting from the most basic. So according to Abraham Maslow, we must be able to what? Satisfy needs in that order, starting from the basic. That means food, clothing, and shelter, which you call what? Physiological needs. Then you move up. That's why you find that sometimes, I don't know if you've seen it, if you walk in the streets of Nairobi and you see these street kids and those street families, you see them sleeping in the open, under a tree, under the bridge, or under the in front of the shops, and they sleep very comfortably. Sometimes you even move at around 7, or on weekends when people don't open, some shops don't open, you find them at around 7, they're still asleep. And you ask yourself, how do they feel so comfortable? You see, those kind of people, what matters to them is food. If you're able to give them food, they don't care about any other thing. If your stomach is empty, you don't even think about security, you think about food first. Once you are full, is when you say, "Ai, kumbe niko insecure." Say, "Ai, niko wapi?" Because you are full. That's why even sometimes when people get jobs, mtu alikuwa naishi maybe in one of the informal settlements, alafu akapata kazi, you see them wanaanza to move out of the place. Why? Because now they feel like in this place, if I buy my 24-inch TV, I feel insecure here. If I buy, so basically those ones are natural happenings. Even your friends, let me tell you something about even friends. Some of your friends, once they get good jobs, they'll stop being your friends. And don't be offended. Sometimes that is how nature is. So that I knew this guy when he was here, now he's gone to some place, now he's the CEO, he cannot even say hi to me. That is how nature works. A few of them will remember you. Some of them may have another social circle. That's how life is. So don't feel offended. that somebody was your friend, and then now, so yeah, we have gone to some of our friends' offices whereby we are told by security to book what? Come and book appointment. And this is somebody I know, my friend. We used to know, we hustle together. Then now, I has been told that what? You can only see him on Friday at 2. Now look at that. So basically, those are things that how life is. Then once a lower level need, I mean the second point, once a lower level need is met, the individual seeks to satisfy what? The next level. So needs, that's why you first satisfy the physiological needs, then you go to what? Safety needs as you move up. And then number 3 is what? Unsatisfied needs motivates behavior, while satisfied needs do not. So I'm motivated to achieve the needs that I've not yet achieved. Whatever I've achieved will not motivate me anymore. If you finish CPA K, CPA doesn't become about an academic motivator anymore. You look for something else to do. Whatever you've achieved does not motivate you anymore. You want to achieve something new. That's what they're saying. So that unsatisfied needs motivates. You want to do your master's, you want to do your PhD. That one motivates you. You want to do your undergraduate, motivates you. But if you've done a course, it doesn't become a motivator anymore. You want to move up to the next. That's what he's saying there. So once a lower need has been satisfied, it doesn't motivate anymore. So if you have food, if giving you food does not motivate you, no. You need me to what? Give you a position to become now what? Head of section or head of the department. Now, then let's look at implication of this need. What is the implication? For example, if you're a manager, you want to apply this, how can it help you? How can this basically theory help you as a manager? So there's one that I've highlighted in green, we're in there. So one is what? Managers should identify the level of needs their employees are at and create what? Work environment that what? Fulfill those needs. I must know where you are. Are you at the physiological level, safety level of whichever? Then what? I know what to do to motivate you. You may have 3 employees. Each one of them, different things motivates them. And what motivates employee A may not motivate employee B. But what I know is that money is a common motivator, unless somebody convinces me. Even the people in the higher hierarchies still need money. Give them office and money. Make them a CEO and give them more money. They're going to be very satisfied. Then, number 2, provide job security. Ensure that what? Employees feel secure. Job security, team collaboration, recognition, and opportunity for what? Personal growth, enhance employee motivation and performance. So all those aspects talk about job security, collaboration, recognition, and opportunity for what? Personal growth. I must see an opportunity whereby today I'm at lower level. Once I finish my CPM or CPK, I should see how I can be able to move up the ladder or be able to what? Get other chances here. So that is called all on Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs theory. Are we good on that theory? Is the theory well understood? Is the theory well understood, ladies and gentlemen? Mutie is saying yes. The rest, JK is saying yes. Let's interact. Let's interact. If you have a question, you ask. If you don't have a question, you just say yes, and then we proceed. Because I like being a response, because somebody may be still constructing a question. So if I go ahead, so that's why when you respond by just writing Y or yes, we feel good that we are good, then we can proceed. Now, the next theory was done by somebody called McGregor. Now, anytime I read this theory, I wonder, where are Africans here? Africans, when these guys were doing this theory, we are still migrating, or what happens? Was there any African who was able to just sit down and come up with a theory? It's a challenge. We must do theories. Next time, ensure that we'll have a minor theory, an Ishmael theory, or a Zipporah, or maybe what? Florence theory. Ensure that you do something, that your theory can be read in books. Now, let's look at McGregor theory X and theory Y. So McGregor classified employees into 2. There's a question by Florence here. Say that, Mwalimu, I have a question. I have 2 employees. One is loved by the people and not productive, while others is not loved and very productive and does her work well. Kati yawa, who should I promote? Florence, professional relationship and personal relationship are different. What at work environment is about productivity, nothing else. Not about being friend, carrying for me tea or doing ABCD. At the work environment is about productivity. If you're my best friend and you're not productive, we drop you like a hot porridge now. There's nothing like being loved. At the work environment, it's about productivity, nothing else. So if you want to promote the one you don't like but very productive. Because if you're a manager, that employee's productivity contributes to your performance. If you are the head of department, the performance of your juniors determines your performance. So if you put somebody because he's a social friend and then they're not productive, you are also going to fail. So retain the person that is not your friend but very productive, and fire your friend who is not productive. Just tell them that, my friend, you know you're my friend. And I'm going to be honest with you. In the social aspect, you're wonderful. In the professional aspect, you're poor. So let me fire you. We are going to be still friends outside there, but let me retain somebody who's able to what? Help the company achieve its objective. You fire them when smiling. Let them go. If it's about promotion, tell your friend that you make me happy here. You are very social. But you cannot be a head of department if you have not proven yourself that what? You are productive at this lower level. So promote the person doing the job. I don't know if there's anybody agreeing with me. At the job environment, there's nothing like being loved. It's about productivity. Anybody who is supporting my argument? Somebody who is disagreeing with me? Promote the most productive. Leave alone relationships. Those ones are after the office. After passing the gate, your friend. That's how it's supposed to be, Florence. There's something called merit. Let meritocracy prevail. Even if somebody is your brother and they're not productive, fire them today. Go home in the family meeting and support what you did. Some of them may curse you, but in that family meeting, let them know that this was my brother. I love him so much. That's why I did not want to put him in a level of authority because he's going to embarrass himself. That's why I fired him to come home and do farming. And if your family members are people who are good, they want to say that you have done a good job because you didn't embarrass our family by putting him at the helm and then you bring the company down. So sometimes you tell your friends the truth that you're my friend, good socially, we interact a lot, but in terms of productivity, you are letting me down. So in case any promotion comes, basically, that's why sometimes I have a problem with those who mix personal relations with professional. There's also somebody who could be your friend at the same time very productive. That's now a good one. But nobody should not hang on the social interaction or connection to get promotions. That one is a no for me. Even your children, train them to know that things are acquired on merit. So that if you don't acquire it on merit, well and good, but tell them that what? Anything that they get in this world is about productivity. Can you be able to what? Do something of value. That's what it's supposed to be. Good. I think, Florence, you are answered. So, huyo mwingine mwambie tu wewe rafiki yangu, if it comes even to do downsizing, you will go. So utaenda nyumbani tu. You're my friend, but if a chance comes for downsizing that we need to reduce employees, you are going to go. If you don't change, my friend, you will go. And I'll sign your letter, dismissal letter, then I'll wish you well, but we'll keep interact outside there. Now, let's look at what McGregor did. So Douglas McGregor proposed two contrasting views about workers, which he called theory X and theory Y. So this McGregor said that in any company, you people are working somewhere, we can group those employees into two categories. We have the theory X employees and theory Y ex-employees. Now, let's look at theory X. What do you say about theory X, which I call what? We call them, in theory X, if you're a leader, you must go for what's called what? Authoritarian style. If you are managing employee who belongs to theory X, you must be a dictator. These ones are people that don't listen. These people don't like work. So if you're going to manage in your company, if you have theory X employees, apply dictatorial what? Management style. So say that word. This theory assumes that workers don't dislike work. They don't like working. They avoid responsibility. They require close provision and are motivated by money and threats. You cannot be a manager who threatens employees if you're not a dictator. So these employees every time tell them that, you know, you will fire you. You are not doing. If you don't do that work by Friday, I'll do a warning letter. So that means what? Because if you look at these guys, number one, they are lazy. They don't like working. They don't like work. Number two, they avoid responsibility. Who is going to do this one? All of them are. They now, everybody disappears. And then they require, if you're not in the office, you see everybody now say that, oh, we are now free today. We'll do work when the manager comes. So number one is what? They require close. If you're not there, if you just jump out for lunch, you find things are in chaos. Then the only motivation they know is what? Money. When they tell them that you want to give them money, now they work very hard. And also threats. That I don't see you taking 2 months in this company. The way you're behaving, those one now they start behaving. So managers using this approach tend to be controlling and strict. You're very strict. Time. This one, people now, oh, you sit down and look at time. So you're very strict on them. So that's called what? Theory X. So in every company, we must have Theory X employees. Then we also have what's called what? Theory Y. Now, Theory Y, if you want to manage them, apply what's called what? Participative management style. Now, what are the features of this? Let me use a different color to explain this Theory Y. Employees. I'm using. I think that is blue. So Theory Y. Assume that workers are number one. Is what? They enjoy work. That means what? Theory X are basically direct opposite of Theory Y. These workers, number one, they enjoy work. Number two, are self-motivated and responsible. Means even if you're not there as a manager, these guys will come to work, do their work as if you are there. They are self-motivated and what? Responsible. Number three, they seek opportunity to grow. Means any opportunity they see that can make them grow, they seek it. If about going to school, they go to school. If about going for some seminar training, they seek those. They ask you, sir, can you be able to help me do this one? If they want to go to school, they let you know. So we call them what? We call them, they seek going to grow. Means what? They are always very curious. They want to ensure that what? They grow. And then can be creative and innovative. These guys are very creative. They are very creative. They try to come up with better ways of doing things. They don't want to do things the way others do. They want to become a better way of doing. So they're very what? They can be very creative and very innovative, these employees. Now, here use what's called what? Participative style. Now, in every employee, in every company we are in, we must find these people. I know even where you're working, there must be these characters here. Actually, this Theory X, there's always one person. A company must have a representative of these people in every company, even where you're working. And ask yourself, do also self-assessment. Are you the one? Are you one? You can also be a Theory X person as an individual. Do what's called self-assessment. Number one, do you like work or you work? You don't like work. Do you take responsibility or you avoid responsibility? So basically, we have Theory X and Theory Y in this company. Now, what are the key differences between these theories? What are the major differences, or what are the key differences between these theories? So that Theory X sees people as lazy and untrustworthy. So anybody you see an employee, you say these are lazy bones. You cannot trust them, and they require control. Requiring control is what makes them, now you apply what's called what? A dictatorial leadership style. You become a dictator. You must ensure that word. You tell them that word. They have to do things by force. Now, Theory X sees people as capable, means people or employees can stand on their own. They see them as capable, employees as capable, and self-directed, means these guys will work whether you're not there. Thriving in environmental of trust. You trust these employees that you can leave for them work to do and go somewhere and come back and find that what? They have done the work in a proper manner, or they have done the work properly. That is on what? On Theory Y. Now, what is the implication of this theory? If you're a manager and you read about this theory, how can you apply it? Or what is the implication of this theory? So we are the implication, the one that have been able to highlight in, I've been able to highlight it in what? In blue. No, this is blue. Blue, yes. See that Theory Y is more aligned with modern management thinking and encourage employees' involvement, delegation, and development. So in a modern company, you must, or you what? You should have what? Theory Y. A modern employee should be self-motivated, trustworthy, somebody what? Who seeks motivation, seeks what? Responsibility. Now, manager should empower employees. So empower your employees. Ensure that your employees are empowered. Empower your employees. Should empower employees. Provide meaningful work. Ensure that you give them work that basically challenges them, and encourage what? Participative decision making. Ensure that what? Your workers are also they participate in decision making, that or what? In the decision making. So ensure that what? Your workers become part of what? Part of decision making. So involve them. Ensure that you call them. You can be able to what? You can be able to basically involve them in decision making. That is very, very, very important that you look into that. So that is on the McGregor's theory X and theory Y. Any question on McGregor theory X and Y? Any question on McGregor's theory X, theory Y? Any question on McGregor's theory X, theory Y? Yes, we are good. Your theory in Kosawa. All of us have understood the theory well. Then we go to another theory done by, at least now we have gender balance here. There's also a lady who did a very good work and was able to what? Come up with a theory. This is called Mary Parker-Fallett's management theory. So there's also a lady who did a very good research and has been able to what? Able to basically come up with a theory that we are now learning. Now we say that Mary Parker-Fallett is considered a pioneer in the field of organization behavior. Means what? They were the first people. Pioneer means what? They were first people who did research on the area of what? Of organization behavior. They did a research on the area of what? On the area of organization behavior. They did a research on the area of organization behavior. Did a research on that area. So a pioneer means what? They were the first people that did research on that area. The first people that did research on that area. Just a minute. Now, so she emphasized the importance of human interaction. So he said that what? Human interaction is very, very important. So she emphasized on the area of human interaction, also on the area of collaboration and conflict resolution in management. So he said that number one, you must ensure that what? There's good interaction between or among you. There's collaboration between management and employees and between employees themselves. And there's an amicable way of resolving conflict. Anytime you have a place where there's more than one person, there's bound to be conflicts. Now, he said that what? There must be a better way to what? Resolve conflict. Now, what are the key concepts in his research? So I'm highlighting in yellow, you can see. Number one, the first key concept, he said that there's something called power with, not power over. So that if you're a leader, you should work to ensure that what? You cooperate with the juniors. You should apply power with, not power over. There's no employee you have power over that have power over you. No, you have authority over them, but not power over them. You can only have authority over an employee and not power over them. So you apply what's called what? Power with, so that you work as a team to achieve. So Leadership should not be about, leadership should be about cooperation and mutual respect, not control and domination. Respect. However junior an employee is in the workplace, give them the respect they deserve. Don't ever disrespect an employee because of the level they are in. Even somebody who is cleaning your office, even the security guard at the gate, give them due respect. We are all human. And sometimes the position we are holding is out of the privilege and maybe the favor of God. So we should not abuse them by making those who are doing junior or lower jobs feel like they're less of a human being. Because we need them. Imagine a situation whereby you don't have security guards, you don't have cleaners. How will the environment look like? So basically, everybody fits well where they are. So respect their jobs and their responsibilities. So should what? Should ensure that there's mutual respect, not control and domination. Number two, integration. Conflict should be suppressed and compromised. No, conflict should not be suppressed or compromised, but resolved through integration, a win-win solution. So if there's a conflict in a given company, don't cover that conflict. Open it wide, let's discuss and resolve it amicably. Avoid cases whereby any conflict you put them under the carpet. One day it's going to explode. Ensure that what? Every conflict that comes, we open it wide. The parties involved are called. We resolve the conflict amicably so that when everybody goes home, they know that what? The conflict was resolved. I mean, everybody, when we resolve the conflict, we have what's called what? A win-win situation. Everybody feel like what? They have won. Not a case where somebody feel like what? This thing was resolved and the other party went with what? A bigger percentage of what? Of a win. Then we also talk about number three, about group influence. So groups and teams are essential for problem solving and decision making. Groups and teams are essential for problem solving and decision. So ensure that what? Every time you do something, involve the group, discuss with people, call meetings, so that you see that what? This was a departmental decision, not an individual decision. So try as much as possible to involve others, so that when people fail, we fail as a team. When people succeed, as a team. But a case where you want to take all credit, then basically you are not a team leader. You are not a team player. You are an individual. That's why even if a company performs better and you're the CEO or if your department performs better, you are the HOD or the CEO, always appreciate the efforts of the juniors in helping you what? Become the best CEO or the best head or the best performing department. Don't take credit for it. Everybody had a contribution to do. Then the last one is leadership. So managers should act as facilitators rather than what? Dictators. Promoting shared goals and participation. As a manager, don't be a dictator. Although in management, you should be able to flip or do what's called what? Keep on changing management style. There are times when you bring a little bit of dictatorship. There are times when you bring collaboration. There are times when you bring participative. There are times when you bring democratic. There are times when you bring laissez-faire, free reign. So basically, as a manager, don't be so predictable. Let your employees start gazing, how will you act? And that one puts them on top. But there are cases where people say, so and so has been promoted. We are now free to do whatever we want. So basically, be somebody who tries to make it, you mystify, you make people believe how I want to act. So sometimes just mystify leadership. Sometimes act very weirdly and people believe that, hey, is this really Zipporah we know? There is not, so that people know that there are times when you change how things are supposed to be done. There are times you're very friendly, but there are times when need things to be done, you're also very tough. Tough doesn't mean you're arrogant. Tough means what? You just need things to be done at the right time. And sometimes there's something called, you must be assertive, not rude. Assertive means what? You mean what you say. We say that this thing should be done by Friday at 1. That Friday at 1, I should see it here. If you don't bring it by that time, then basically we need to take what? A disciplinary action against you. So sometimes as employees also, let's not just blame managers. The heat that comes from the top is also very high. And if you're not able to help the manager manage or help the manager in such a way that they're able to do things the right manner, sometimes those managers the heat will come down. That's what happens. When you see your HOD is putting pressure on you, know that the heat is coming from above. He or she is also finding what? A way to disperse the heat. This is too much. There's a target, the departmental target, there's a branch target, and there's a company target. The CEO wants to see the company target being achieved. They ask the people junior, what are you doing, Bana? We are beyond target. The person also escalate down until the junior most person. So when you see the heat coming from up, means what? Everybody is just trying to trickle it down. So when I'm the HOD and there's a pressure on me, I also put pressure on you. You also put pressure on what? Those who are your juniors. That's how it happens in a company. Those who are in management here know that there are times when the moods in the office are not good. Things are not working. So those ones are some of what. So you must be able to what? Fine. But at the end of the time, you must know that what? You're dealing with human beings. And a human being is the most difficult resource to deal with. We call it human resource. This is the only resource that has a brain, that thinks. So dealing with them requires some aspect of what? Intellect. Don't deal with human beings the way you deal with machines. Human beings are employees who are intelligent. There are people who are intelligent. And sometimes, if you're not careful, some of them may even lead to what? You going home if you're not very careful. Now, that is on what? On the modern, those theories. Now, we want to go to the last bit. We call them what? Modern management theories. So there are people that have developed. So we have modern management theories. These other theories were not very modern. The classical theories, the behavioral theories, they are not so modern. Now, the modern theories are called what? We call them, we want to look at what? Some of the modern theories. And some of these modern theories, they're just improvement on those theories. Now, on the Mary-Parker-Follett theory, any question? On the Mary-Parker-Follett theory? On the Mary-Parker-Follett theory, any question? Before we go to the modern management theories? On the Mary-Parker-Follett theory, any question? Mutia is good. Neox has no question. JK has no question. So I think we are good. All of us are good. So thank you very much. I've seen people saying they're good. Now, let's go to the modern theories. We want to talk about the modern theories that we have. I don't know, or can I give you a 5 minutes break? Can you have a 5 minutes break? If people take a glass of water before we proceed? Any break? So let me give you a 5 minutes break so that at least some of you can take a glass of water before we can come back. So let's have a small. Lawrence, that is a very important activity. So we're going to give a 10 minutes break. We are at 1:20. By 1:30, let's be here. Let's give Florence also, one of us, a chance to ensure that other people also get their lunch. So let's have we'll be here at exactly 1:30. So let's have a small break, then we come back. The break was supposed to be a small break, and I believe that everybody is back. Confirm if you're back. The break, we're done with the break now. Confirm you being available now. Confirm if you're back. JK is back. Mina is back. Confirm. 2 people are back. Wanga, Joy is back. Ishmael is back. CPA Guru is back. Florence, where are you? Good. I think more than half are back, so we can proceed. Good. Thank you very much. Now, I want us to move to modern management theory. We'll look at some of the theories, and those theories basically, they are quite traditional. So I want us to look at some of the modern theories that are being applied in the modern. We're not saying that those theories cannot be applied. Classical behavioral theories, they can still be applied, but in the modern way, we have theories that are more effective in carrying out our management function. Now, just to introduce say that modern management theories have evolved to address the complex and dynamic challenges faced by the nations today. So it means what? These are theories that are current. So they are brought about to be able to address the current challenges that you're facing, because the companies nowadays are working in a very dynamic and challenging environments, or dynamic and very challenging environments in terms of competition. So there needs to be modern theories to address those issues. So these theories focus on using scientific approaches, understanding organizational interdependence, and adapting to changing environment. Means for you to manage a modern company, you must keep on changing the modern environment of applying the what. So then let's look at some of these theories one by one. We are talking about, these are just theories that are nowadays being applied. So they depend on scientific research. So let's look at some of these theories that we have. So the first modern management theory we're going to look at is called the quantitative thinking. And this one, you find that this one dwells more on a lot of research and statistics. Now let's define quantitative, not qualitative, but quantitative. Let's define this quantitative theory. So is that quantitative thinking or theory, is that quantitative thinking in management refers to the application of mathematical, statistical, and computational tools, decision making, planning, and problem solving in organization. So this basically, they apply some statistical frameworks to be able to make a decision. If, for example, you want to expand to another country, you use a statistical formula to determine or to help you make a good decision on whether to basically expand to a foreign country or not. You can also apply some of these mathematical or statistical methods to know how to improve your productivity in future. Now, what are the key concepts of this theory? What are the key concepts which are applied in this theory? Number one is operational research. And this is a very important area in the modern management. Talk about operational research, OR. So that uses mathematical models to analyze complex problems and optimize resource allocation. So let's say, for example, budgeting. You know that resources are normally very scarce, especially financial resource. Now, you can use operational research to help you determine how to allocate the few and scarce resources optimally to ensure that the company operates or achieve its objectives. Another concept is statistical analysis. So how is this one applied? The second one is statistical analysis that uses data analysis to inform decisions, e.g. forecasting. For example, if you want to forecast, if you want to predict demand of a given item that you use, then look at the historical data. What has been the demand of this product from the year 2020 up now? So from the previous quantity used, you can predict the future. So you can apply a time series analysis or any other statistical formula to help you project what the need may be or the demand in future. Then the next one is the queuing theory. Very important. This one is nowadays being used in various. We have the queuing theory. So managers customer service systems like banks, call centers, or hospital. There's something called a queuing theory. I don't know. There are some places whereby when you call, for example, when you call customer service, you're told that you are caller number 12. There are 9 people ahead of you. So you wait until your turn is reached. If you go to the bank today, banking hall, where you want to pay your school fees through the bank, now you find that there are so many people. So you go and pick a ticket, and that ticket tells you your customer number and how many people that are ahead of you. So that if you find that maybe there are 30 people ahead of you, you can go and do something in town and come back and get served because you have the ticket. So because your ticket will be called, those are called queuing theory. Even hospitals, people go and what? They're given numbers and then they're served as per they go and pick tickets. So that will help what? To ensure that aspect of what? So that I don't have to be on the line for 5 hours. If I know that I'm going to be served at 4, then I can go do something and then come back with my ticket at 4 and be served. Then we also have another one called linear programming. So it solves problems related to what? Maximum profit or minimizing cost. So you can also use a statistical linear programming technique to determine how you can be able to what? Get maximum profits or minimize costs. So basically, there are those statistical aspects. So this is basic scientific. Everything you do, you apply some statistics, some mathematical models to ensure that what they help make it. So basically, the outcome or the solutions of those models are what used to what? Make decisions. So that's how modern companies are being run. Now, what's the application of this quantitative approach? Where is it applied? What are the areas where this approach is basically being applied? So we say that it's being applied in scheduling production or workforce. You can use the queuing theory to what? Schedule that this one comes first, second, or workforce. If you're working, we have what's called a 24-hour economy, and we're working 8 hours a day, then basically we can use these formulas to what? To be able to allocate employees so that what? In 24 hours, we have somebody working in the office. Then also, in inventory systems, you can apply this in inventory whereby you receive stock, first come, first serve, or when you're selling, there's something called FIFO and LIFO. First in, first out, and last in, first out. So basically, you can apply this quantitative thinking in what? Then what? Financial planning and budgeting. Some of them might help you do financial planning. So you can use some of these statistical formulas or mathematical formulas, or some of these queuing theory help you in basically budgeting. And then supply chain and logistic optimization. Like for example, you realize that even some of these big circles with so many vehicles, they have these formulas. So when there's, for example, there are more, let's say for example, the one that the company is seeing with a lot of vehicles, let's say Super Metro, I use that one as an example. Now Super Metro has got a fleet of cars. I think more than of vehicles, more than maybe 100. Maybe they could be in the tune of 200 or whichever, but let's use 100. Now, there are times when there's demand for passengers demand on a particular area. Maybe let's say, for example, there's a football match going to be done in Kasarani. Means what? There'll be more flow towards Kasarani. So basically, you can be able to use this mathematical formula to know how many fleet of vehicles or how many vehicles do what? Allocate to take care of because of what? Of the demand in those areas. So those ones are cost. Now, then, what are the advantages of this technique or this model? The first one is that improved decision making through data and model. So every time you make a decision using this model, this techniques, you are able to back up. If somebody asks you, why did you put this amount of money in this department? You say that what? I used this statistical model, and from the findings, this what outcome. So I allocate the based on what? On this scientific proof. Nobody can. Then enhance efficiency and productivity. You become more efficient. And then last one, reduces uncertainty in managerial choices. There are times when as a manager, you don't know what to do. So if you're able to find a mathematical formula or a statistical formula that's able to help you, then basically you depend on. Sometimes you don't know what to do. You are at a crossroads. Then you say, okay, somebody said, we have this model that can help you what? Make the right choice. So basically, they reduce what? Uncertainty, whereby you make scientific decision. Now, then you have limitation. There are people that are also against this quantitative thinking. And their reasons are number one of the challenges, or one of the reasons why some people don't apply this one is number one, over-reliance on numbers may overlook what? Human and behavioral aspect. So if you depend so much on calculations, data, you will fail to understand the human aspect or the human bit of how people are. So we don't just depend on numbers. Sometimes there's an aspect of what? Of human interaction, relation to what you're doing. So that is something that this theory may overlook. It may overlook what? The human factor. This theory may basically overlook the human factor in terms of what? In terms of decision making. That is why we say that what? That's one of the challenges. Number two, is require accurate data and skilled personnel. We see the one using statistics. So it requires what we call data. Anytime you're using a model to do calculations, then basically you must give in what? Good data, because that model is going to analyze the given information. So if you key in wrong data in SPSS, you're going to get wrong feedback. So we must ensure number one, what? Make sure that what? That data we're putting in these systems are very accurate. That would help us what? Make the right decision. And then last one, models may oversimplify real-world complexity. So some of these mathematical formulas may make findings very easy, but it's not easy in the natural setup, because the natural setup, you find other factors, economic factors. Talk about legal factors. So there are other factors that are under play that may affect decisions. But with this one, you depend on mathematical calculation. So sometimes it may overlook other real-time factors. Talk about technology, talk about political environment, talk about economic environment, talk about social. So basically, it doesn't look at what? The other aspect. You look at only the what? Statistics. That is on what? The first one called quantitative thinking. Anybody with a question on the quantitative thinking? Any question? Any question on the quantitative thinking? Any question? Can I assume you are good? We proceed. Hello? Zippo don't have a question. Zippy doesn't have a question. Lawrence, yes. JK, yes. Ismail, no question. So we are good. So that means we are free to proceed. Let's proceed and look at the second modern theory. And the second modern theory is, just a minute. The second modern theory is called the systems thinking. Now, what is this systems thinking and how does it apply? So we start by defining what is this systems thinking and how does it apply. So see that systems thinking views an organization, systems thinking views an organization as a system, a set of interrelated and interdependent parts working towards a common goal. This approach emphasizes holism, integration, and the interconnectedness of subsystems within nations. And so basically, what this systems theory talks about in short is that a company is like a system. Let's talk about, for example, breathing system, digestive system, is a group of interconnected organs or aspects. Now, a company is made up of semi-independent sections called departments or branches. All of them work to help the company achieve their object. So basically, they're part of the system. So there's what the breathing system now. For example, me as human beings, we have the breathing system, digestive system, and other systems. And those systems help us to survive or help us to be alive. So the company also has got system. The accounting system for the accounting department, HR system, HR department, the production system. So basically, all these ones are part of the company. They help ensure that the company achieve its objective. Now, what are the key concepts in this approach or in this thinking? So that the first one is what? Is an open. The first concept is open system. What does it mean? So we say that organizations interact with the external environment, customers, suppliers, laws, and so basically, the company or organization normally interact with various environmental factors. The company interact with number one, customers, which are outside or external partners. The company interacts with suppliers. The company interacts with the law, the rules and regulations that govern operations of a company. They interact with the law. The company interacts with technology. So basically, those are external factors, but they help the company what? In achieving its objective. We call them what? They are external factors that help the company achieve its objectives. So we cannot work in isolation. We have to ensure that what? We embrace them. Number two is input, process, output, and feedback. So there are things that happen. And a company must have an input. There must be a time when the company, there must be an input. And then a company must also have a process. Once input come, maybe raw materials, they come to the company, they are processed. When they're processed, we have the finished product, which is the output. And that output is supposed to go to the customers, and then the customers give us feedback. So you say that a company has got what? Those three systems. It has got the inputs, it has got the process, that's the output and the feedback. Well, let's say, for example, we pick raw materials, which is the input, we process them, then you have the output finished products, we sell to customers. Customers give us output. So whether it's a service or a good, we have to go through that process. So that input resources are transformed through process to produce output, product, and services, which feed with the feedback influencing future operations. So the feedback we get from the customer determines the future operation. That's basically what you're saying there. Then we also have what we call a subsystem. Subsystems are departments or units. Talk about HR, marketing. So these are basically, we call them subsystems, like departments. Each of those departments, they are semi-autonomous, means they're semi-independent, but basically they depend on one another. For them to say that we have a company means a company is basically a collection of those departments, a collection of employees, departments, and branches. That's what makes a company. So that's what we say that a company is like a system. Now, what is the application? Let's look at the application of this systems approach. It's applied in number one, strategic planning. When you want to plan strategically, strategic planning basically means what? You plan for the future. Then basically look at a company as a system and know that what? Each part of the system plays a crucial role in the company. That's number one. Number two is change management. If you want to implement a change, look at all aspects of the company and try to find out how can you be able to what? Help in implement a change. The number three is what? Is organizational development. If you want to develop a company, ensure that the communication touches all the parts of the company so that the company system, everybody must know, whether the branch, the department, the section, all of them must have the information on what you want to do to ensure that the company develops. And then environmental scanning and adaptation. Sometimes when you want to operate as a company, you don't operate, a company does not operate in a vacuum. A company operates in an environment which has got both internal factors like employees, management structure, and those ones, and also in relation to what? External environment. Talk about political environment, economic environment, technological environment. So we call them the pastel. Political environment, economic environment, social environment, technological environment, ecological environment, and also what? Legal. So basically, as a company, anything you want to make a decision, look at what? All those aspects. Now, what are the advantages of these systems theory or systems approach to management? What are the advantages? Number one is that what? It promotes a holistic view of the operational part. It means what? You look at a company as a body having several systems. So it helps you to understand the company. Anytime you look at a company as a system, then basically you understand what happens and the importance of every sector of the company. Number two is what? Enhances adaptability and long-term planning. Means if you look at a company as a system or holistically, then basically you can know how to adapt the prevailing environmental factor. At the same time, you're able to ensure that what? You can plan long-term because you know what is needed and what's there. Then encourages what? Interdepartmental collaboration. As a department, you cannot operate in isolation. You must collaborate with other departments. So it's like, for example, the head cannot be there without the neck. The hands are there, the eyes, the nose. So basically, that's what happens. As a department, you are semi-autonomous. Means what? You are semi-independent. You cannot be fully independent. That's what happens. Now, what are the limitations of this theory? Some people are against this systems approach, and they say that what? These are the reasons. So what are some of the problems or the limitations? Number one is what? Complex to implement and manage. It is very difficult to understand your company in totality. And applying this system requires experts, and sometimes you need what? A consultant. So it's not easy. Number two, difficult to analyze the impact of each subsystem. It sometimes can be difficult to know the contribution of each system can be difficult. And then maybe challenging to pinpoint accountability. Very difficult to be able to what? Do what we call what? Apportion accountability aspects. Who did wrong? So sometimes it's difficult to trace, especially if you have a big company. These multinational companies can be very difficult for you to what? To be able to check on this aspect or understand this aspect. So that is what's called what? The systems approach or systems theory. Is it understood? Is the systems theory understood or understood? Any question? Is the systems theory well understood? People are quiet. Hello? Are we in class? Now I'm starting to call name by name. CPA Guru, Florence, Ismail, JK. This class, we say that in my class, you have to interact. I must see you writing at the chat forum so that I know you are present. At the same time, it helps you to be able to what? So I need to see, if I see you in class and then I don't see you interacting, then basically, I assume you're not getting what I'm saying. So always try to interact with the chat forum so that I know we are together. Now, so I've not seen anybody asking a question. So let's go to the last one, which is called what? Contingency thinking. This is the last bit. So let's look at this also, one of the modern management theories. You talk about contingency means what? You try to ensure that what? You look at, put measures in place to ensure that what? You're able to, in case of any emergency, you're able to what? Have a way of managing. So contingency thinking accepts that there is no one best way to manage an organization. Instead, the most effective management style structure organization depends on the various contingency factor like what? Environment, technology, size, and culture. Means what? They say that what? There's no one best way to manage a company. How you manage a company depends on environment you are in, technology, size, and the culture. And that's very true. You cannot copy-paste somebody's management style and go and put in yours because there are a lot of things that are different. The resources you have are different from them. So basically, try to find a way in which what you're able to look at. So manage your company subject to what? Factors that you have. Now, what are the key points here? The key points are two here. The first key points are two here. Number one is what? Fit or alignment. So managers practice must align with the context. How you manage your company must what? Align with the context in which your company is, where you operate as a company, the size, the structure, the environment, basically determines what you look at. Thank you very much. That is very true, Zipporah. That's what. So Zipporah has just added that just to add on systems, functions according to the strategies are terms as open systems, environmental dependence, and environmental serving. So basically, you manage your company subject to what is happening. Don't copy paste. There are other management that they're universal, but basically how you apply them depends on what? On the company that on how you on the environment you operate in. So the key concept, and number one is fit for alignment. So management practice what? Must align with what context. So your management practice must align with what you want to achieve. Number two is what? Situational variables. So internal resources and external competition laws, condition influence what? So what they're saying is that what? Different situations determine the decision you make. There could be resources, there could be goals, there could be competition and the laws. The situations that are inside or outside the company can affect how you what you do. And then adaptive management. So leaders must be flexible and responsiveness. Don't have a rigid management structure. Ensure that what you are able to be flexible. The world is changing very, very fast. Things are changing. So as a manager, don't be very rigid. Embrace new things that are able to what? Help your company become what? More competitive. So that's called what? Adaptive management. Look at that and check on it very, very well. Then application. Where do we apply this contingency approach to management? How do we apply it? So we apply it, number one, is choosing between autocratic and democratic leadership style based on the employee skill level. So the nature of the employees you have will determine the leadership style you apply, whether you become autocratic, a dictator, democratic, or transformational. So basically, the nature, how your employees are determines how much you manage. Then number two is what? Structuring company. So centralized depending on what the size. So basically, there's something called organizational structure. We can manage the company in two ways. We can centralize or decentralize. Centralized means what? You have like one head office, which decisions are made at the head office. But decentralized means what? You can now make decisions at the unit level, maybe departmental level or the branch level. For example, Before constitution, before we had the new constitution, we used to have what's called what? National government running everything. But now, after constitution, new constitution, now we have counties. Counties are decentralized government operations. We have national government. So the decision that can make at the county level, so we call them what? Decentralized. So power has been decentralized. Now, then designing motivation strategies suitable for different. So basically, I say that what? Each employee will be motivated differently, subject to even the Maslow hierarchy of needs. So don't say that you have one way to motivate all employees. You must understand your employees to know what motivates each and every employee. Very, very important. Look at, so every employee will motivate by different factor. So don't apply one that this one motivates, but I know money is a universal motivator. Now, then advantage of this contingency approach, why do some people believe in it? Number one is what? Encourages flexible and what? Context sensitive management. Means you manage subject to context. So you're sensitive, you're flexible. If things change, you change how you manage things. You don't say that this is how we manage this year. No. If January, things change in March, you employ what? Or you adapt a new style of management. Number two, improve organizational effectiveness in diverse what? Environment. You become effective because what? You are ever changing to meet or to suit what? The environmental changes. So basically, you then avoid rigid one-size-fits-all approach. When we talk about rigid one-size-fits-all approach, means what? You copy-paste. You say that how you managed last year is the same way this year, how you met in January, same as December. No, you try to ensure that what? You manage subject to what? Prevailing conditions. And then limitations. Number one, requires managers to analyze many variables which can be complex. So applying this contingency approach can be very complex because what? You have to put into relation all the factors. Then number two, not always clear with the contingencies matter most. Now, for example, which contingency do you give more attention than others? So basically, because you cannot rank contingencies, then applying this management style can be very, very challenging. And the last one may lead to what? Inconsistency practices across departments. You find that what? Marketing people are using their own way of doing things, accounting people, so find out everybody is facing. So you find that in a company, you're applying different styles in different departments, which cannot be good for the uniformity of the company. So basically, those are the challenges. Any question on that point? Any question on the contingency approach? Because our time is up also. But in case you have a question, you can list it down. We have it, we dispose it next time before to the next topic. So I've been able, this recording will be shared with you later. So I want to thank you for your time and for your patience and for you coming. Let's meet again next time. But we are still, our Facebook, our group is open. If you have a question, just put it there, we'll answer it. No, but get, huh? No, but get to know that you have a special student. Florence, that one I know. And I'm taking that one very seriously, Florence. Yes. Florence will interact more as time goes by, and we will ensure that you pass exams, Florence. That one I can assure you. So you people have a good day, a good weekend ahead. Let's meet again next time for the next class. Thank you very much.